Chapter 1630. Xiao He, you told me before that using it for good is good, and using it for evil is evil. Can the idea of doing good be beneficial to the people? Bai Gu, who had just avoided a political stain, recalled the situation just now. Li Yi nodded. As long as the laws are perfect and the supervision is in place, the producers can avoid losses to a certain extent, increase profits, reduce costs, and optimize the industrial structure. For example, Yao Chong wanted to hear an example. For example, I'm planting greenhouses this winter. I don't know what others are planting, so I'm selling cucumbers in advance. The price is a little lower than last winter, and the people pay. When I see that it's okay, I plant a lot of cucumbers and build new greenhouses. Li Yi gave an example. He didn't even plant cucumbers before selling them. It's really good. Yao Chong nodded. The key is that you can't give me the money. If you give me the money, I won't have the money to build greenhouses. If there's a heavy snow or strong wind, the greenhouses will collapse and others won't be able to get the cucumbers and money. Li Yi spread his hands. He was afraid that the funds would be misappropriated. Speaking of which, the wind and snow in winter is really a hurdle for the people who plant greenhouses. Gang Ro, do you have a solution? Zhang Jiling was concerned about the people's livelihood. The people count on the greenhouses to make money. If the greenhouses are gone, how will they live? At present, the government comes to help the people when they are affected by the disaster. The Yamen calls for help when there's a drought or flood. Last year, when there was snow and wind, the winged knights and the 16 guards of the capital office, the Yamen runners of the 20 counties, and the neighbors helped. I have another method, but I don't know if I should use it. Let's wait a few years. Li Yi said as he shook his head, trying to hold it in. Say it, don't shake your head. Su Yi was scratching his heart. The property risk is guaranteed. The people who plant greenhouses give me a part of the money according to the size of the greenhouses. If the wind or snow crushes the greenhouses, I compensate them with more money than they give me. Li Yi told him the insurance. What if there's no accident? Song Jing asked. If nothing happens, I won't refund the money. It's mine, Li Yi replied. Doesn't that mean everyone will fork out some money, and the money will be used to help whoever is in trouble? Song Jing reacted quickly and thought quickly. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. If the imperial court doesn't force it, it's indeed impossible. Some people think that nothing will happen to their greenhouses, so why should they pay? Song Jing knew the difficulty. That's right. Li Yi gave him another thumbs up. But you can do it. You can get the capital office and the people who plant greenhouses to take the money. They are willing to take it. Song Jing emphasized. Yes, I won't do it. Li Yi admitted. It was precisely because of this that he didn't want to. If the people were not affected by the disaster, they would think that all the money had been given to Li Dongzhu. As time passed, it was inevitable that they would have other thoughts. He wouldn't do anything that would tarnish his character and lower his prestige. Let's go back and think about what to eat. After putting down his worries, Li Longji got up first. He was annoyed to see his daughter massaging other people's necks. Everyone got up one after another. Bai Gu hurried out the door. He wanted to find someone to settle the score. They entered the Hedong road in the afternoon. Zhang Jun once again rushed over from the Henji army. He stood beside Zhang Jiajin. In front of him was a small jar. The jar was sealed, but the thick smell of fermented bean curd and stinky tofu still wafted out. Zhang Jiajin had only asked for fermented bean curd in her letter, but Li Yi gave her stinky tofu as well. In terms of digestion, stinky tofu was better than fermented bean curd. In addition, there was also a lot of spicy sauce, fermented bean sauce, dried seafood, medical alcohol, bandages, gauze. Alcohol can't be drunk. Leave it for the brothers. When it's all used up, send the bottles back. Zhang Jun picked up a glass bottle of alcohol and took a deep breath. The smell of stinky tofu filled his nose. Did one of the jars of stinky tofu break? Zhang Jun continued to inhale in confusion. Open a jar and share it with everyone. Zhang Jiajin raised her chin. There was a small jar with an opening. This jar is yours. I'll get as much as I deserve. Li Yi doesn't know how to calculate. Use a small jar to store things. Use a big jar to save the jar. Zhang Jiyun was picky. A small jar could only hold 200 yuan. There's a big jar at the back. Each jar costs 5,000 yuan. It's not convenient to take it out. There's a long bamboo clip that can be used to store the stinky tofu in the small jars. Zhang Jiajin had already counted the goods before Zhang Jiyun arrived. She gave a quarter to the Henji army and kept a quarter for herself. The rest of the fermented bean curd and stinky tofu were used to exchange information with the Turkic tribes. It's not easy to move the big jars. Zhang Jiyun said something that deserved a beating. He picked up a bamboo container for the fans. The Li family Zhuangzi was the sponsor of the Nanku competition. Inside the bamboo container were chicken floss, chopped green onions, dried cabbage, salted tofu, vinegar, and soy sauce wrapped in oil paper. This stuff could be soaked in cold water. As long as the water was fine, it would be fine to eat it. One bamboo container was paired with 10 paper noodles. The bamboo containers were considered utensils. There are words on it. Iron and blood forge the border. The people live in Chang'an. There are also words like soldiers were the moon and stars, without sleep, happy and contented with the people. The words are a little ugly. Zhang Jiyun wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. Below each bamboo container was a line of equally ugly words. Guan Yan was 6 years old. Lan Xiaodu was 7 years old. Obviously, the words on the bamboo containers were carved by children. Some of the words had more strokes. Carve 5, Li family Zhuangzi. Give me 1 coin. You can carve 10 a month at most. When you carve, tell the children who you're carving for and why. Zhang Jiajin handed over a letter with the situation written on it. Zhang Jun took the letter and didn't rush to read it. Li Yi is really powerful. After the brothers know who dares not to fight. Otherwise, we'll still fight. There are only Tang soldiers who die in battle and no one who kneels down. We eat well, dress well, use well, and have good weapons. Either the whole army dies or we win. Go back and get your binoculars from the Henji army. The Li family Zhuangzi gave us a new pair of binoculars. It's better. Zhang Jiajin picked up a pair of binoculars and gave it to him. Zhang Jun raised it and looked at it. It's farther and clearer. The Li family Zhuangzi craftsmen are hard to find. The letter says that a new generation of mother machine has been manufactured. The first generation of mother machine has caught up with the original mother machine, and the craftsmanship has improved. Zhang Jiajin now knew what a mother machine was. It had nothing to do with chickens. What about bullets? We need bullets. Brothers, go out to hunt and practice. Only then can we kill the enemy quickly. Zhang Jian looked around and looked for paper shell bullets. When the soldiers trained, it was said that children with guns could also kill the enemy. In reality, if they were more accurate, they could save their lives and kill the enemy. The troops took turns to shoot live ammunition, while the others continued to practice with bows. The arrows used with bows were also damaged. The front part of the arrows was always in contact with the prey and the ground. The feathers at the back would be deformed and fall off. There were craftsmen in the army who were in charge of manufacturing and maintenance. They also asked for things from the Ministry of War. Now, the number of craftsmen was reduced. Most of the craftsmen were for maintenance, since they were close to Chang, and a large number of supplies were sent over. In the past, Zhang Jiyun didn't dare to ask for things. The imperial court didn't have the money either. Now that the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of logistics, he would practice. Chapter 1631. They are afraid of getting wet from the rain. The clouds are thick in the sky. Some brothers said that they are not feeling well because of the humidity. Zhang Jiajin said, and took Zhang Jiyun to see the bullets. Zhang Jiyun took a look at the letter. The letter mainly talked about how many things were given. The children helped to carve bamboo tubes, and the education of love for the Tang dynasty. In the end, the letter said that if there was anything missing, they should quickly write back. The Tang dynasty did not lack anything. The entire northeast to the north relied on the border soldiers. Li Yi's handwriting is still so beautiful. Doesn't he always like to write poems? His letters are all in the vernacular. He is really not worried that we are raising bandits. Zhang Jiyun was moved. Being trusted and entrusted by others proved his ability. Raising bandits? Don't force Li Yi to personally come and kill us. I reckon he'll capture us first, then bring us along to destroy the bandits. Afterwards, he'll slice us up one by one and slice us up alive. Zhang Jiajin did not want to deliberately let the enemy go. He wished he could go and wipe out the Turks now. At the place where the ammunition was placed, wooden boxes were stacked together. There were some words written on each box. Li Family Zhuangzi Group. The members of the group did not have names, only numbers. This proved where the bullets came from. There was a problem. This group was investigated. If it was like this earlier, we would not have fought so hard. Some of the arrow shafts were curved. Did they want us to shoot arrows that can turn in circles? Zhang Jiyun complained. He put his hand on the box and gently stroked it. His brothers liked guns. The shooting range of a gun was more than twice as long as that of a bow. Arrows were heavier than bullets, so they could not carry too many. Arrows were affected by the wind. The more feathers they had, the less accurate they would be. Shooting arrows was tiring and tired the arms. A gun could be shot while lying down, but a bow could be shot while lying down. Shooting with the enemy while standing and lying down would definitely result in different results. Once a gun was shot into the body, it would be harder to take it out than a barbed arrow. This was the conclusion of his brothers. In a short period of time, guns were not as fast as bows, but they had the advantage in other aspects. There was no rule saying that guns were not allowed to bring bows and arrows. Bring less arrows, shoot a round of rapid fire, and then compete with the weapon technology behind the two sides. Even if the cavalry on both sides were to kill each other, he would still have enough time to stop and raise his spear to attack once before urging his horse to move. A volley of gunfire was enough to take down the people and horses in front of the enemy. If they could fight from afar, who would be willing to come closer? Zhang Jiajin looked at the boxes of bullets and felt at ease. The arrows are ready now. We have a lot of geese, so we have a lathe to make arrow shafts. We've all seen it before, and we've even personally shaved the wood. It wouldn't do if we missed it by even a little. Li Dongzhu, you're a god. If you use the lathe to carve, the cost will be lower and lower. Isn't that so? From casting to quenching and polishing the arrowheads, it's more than 10 times faster than before. Some people said that Li Yi was a coward who was afraid of death and was unwilling to leave Zhuangzi. Hee. I wish I could lock him up in an iron house with a radius of 10 li. Not even a mosquito can fly past. Speaking of Li Yi, Zhang Jiyun had a warm smile on his face. He and the other officers and soldiers had nothing to worry about. They never had to worry about the lack of provisions. What did provisions count for? Canned meat was filled to the brim with meat, and canned fruit was even filled with honey. In the winter, there were leather boots, military coats, strong alcohol, 5-fingered leather gloves, and 2-pronged gloves. There were many people outside where the enemy's supplies were stored. Everyone just looked at it, but no one touched it. The jar of stinky tofu that was opened previously was for the soldiers who had just returned from a patrol. They had been out for at least 10 days. The food they ate outside couldn't compare to the food in the camp. When they returned, they realized that there was stinky tofu and wanted to have a bite. If the imperial court doesn't give the order, we don't dare to kill. We eat so well every day we can't live with ourselves. It's too much. We'll probably have to take it home. I'll just take 10 pieces of fermented tofu and stinky tofu. Do you have canned fruit? My wife is pregnant. I'll let everyone have the rest. Give me a few cans. There's candied fruit. It's sweet and sour. I'll give birth to a son for you. There's no need to be afraid of giving birth to a daughter. The imperial court will give us money to raise a child. We can let our daughter go to school. Whoever wants to marry in the future will have to look at talent or wealth. If a daughter grows up, she'll belong to someone else. If she's not capable, she'll belong to someone else. If she's capable, she can take care of the family and help her husband's family live a good life. She can also bring more things back to her family. I'll give my share to your wife. Remember to marry my son after you give birth to a daughter. My wife gave birth to a boy. My family doesn't even have a boy yet. If you give birth to a boy, you can marry my daughter. You're just showing off that your wife gave birth to 4 children at once, right? 2 boys and 2 girls. I always hear you go around trying to get in-laws. I won't give you my share. All right, it's not wrong to show off. Everyone heard it. The soldiers spoke one after another. The things were piled up there, and they were thinking about how to use them. They didn't expect to get so many supplies for a piece of fermented tofu. Baggage was everywhere within a radius of more than 500 steps. According to the price of selling it, it was more than 100,000 yuan. The cost was another matter. Unfortunately, they were not allowed to sell it. They could only eat it for themselves and their families. The sun gradually moved to the west. The Tubo people who were eating and drinking seemed to be just an appetizer. They didn't eat much. They had been eating from noon until now. They spent more time chatting. Princess Jincheng had slept and fed her child. When she was ready to eat dinner, Qi Lishu and others were still there. Princess Jincheng didn't study psychology, but she could understand the thoughts of these people. They were afraid that they would have to leave after eating and couldn't go back to the same place as others. The lethality of heavy machine guns made them feel weak and lonely, so they wanted to talk more with others. Once they left, they felt a chill on their backs. In fact, some people were tired of talking and lay down to sleep. They slept for a while and then got up to eat and drink. Hot air balloons floated in the sky. Hot air balloons generally floated for 2 hours. 10 hot air balloons floated up each time. They were loaded with weapons. Otherwise, they could float longer. In the whole Tubo, only Princess Jincheng's palace was there. She didn't give the hot air balloons to others. Lang Jun, prepare the barbecue tonight. I won't accompany you. Princess Jincheng said to Qi Dai Zhudan. She had to sleep after dinner to take care of her body. She couldn't compare with Qi Lishu. Qi Lishu was her son. What was Qi Lishu? I'll arrange it. Qi Dai Zhudan looked at his son who had just fallen asleep and took the initiative to take responsibility. He also wanted to go to the Tang dynasty and take the child back. The child could get a lot of rewards. Which of the royal relatives in the Zongjing temple didn't give a gift? Others didn't care. The Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was her uncle. This uncle was rich. Baby, you can't get sick. If you get sick in the Tang dynasty, oh, it's okay. Your uncle will cure you. Chapter 1632. The Tubo people who are qualified to participate in the exercise are indeed afraid, lonely, and helpless as Princess Jincheng guessed. They need to contact other tribal leaders to maintain a lively atmosphere to ease the panic in their hearts. More importantly, they want to find out the attitude of Princess Jincheng. 2 of these guns and so many bullets. Are you trying to kill us all? Tubo people are not cowards. They always think about the range and accuracy of heavy machine guns, which is the instinct of human nature. They think so far away, how can they shoot? Without binoculars, they can't see people at all, and the same goes for sheep. They shoot here, and it takes a while for the sheep over there to be shot. Some sheep happen to stand in the same line. The bullet penetrated the sheep and broke the leg of the other sheep. Is the skyscraping monkey not strong enough? Why did such a weapon appear? Does the commander dare to move forward? The general is likely to give orders when he can't see the enemy, and then his head is broken. Tubo people feel that being killed by heavy machine guns is inexplicable and particularly sad. They choose to wait here and hug each other. In fact, they are not happy at all, even if the food is delicious. Qi Lishu looked at Qi Dai Pearl and didn't see Princess Jincheng. He whispered, "Is there any defect in that gun?" "Yes," they said, "that if we shoot too many bullets, the barrel can't bear it." Qi Dai Pearl didn't hide anything and said what he knew. "Oh," Qi Lishu sighed. "It turned out that they can't shoot too many bullets." They brought extra gun barrels. "If one of the gun barrels gets too hot, we can just remove it and replace it with another one." Qi Dai Zhu Dan told the truth. "Yes, what we can think of. Li Yi will definitely think of it." Qi Lishu was powerless and helpless. Find a way to destroy these two guns? Qi Lishu made a final struggle. "Without these two guns, we can't beat the 7,000 winged knights. They have skyscraping monkeys and explosives. There are always hot air balloons floating in the sky." Qi Dai Pearl knew what De Luyện was thinking. He shook his head. It was useless, even if Princess Jincheng and all the people of the Tang dynasty are killed. Can you guarantee that Li Yi won't send more troops and more powerful weapons to retaliate? There were nearly 20,000 of them, putting aside whether or not they could defeat them. Even if they did, how much would they lose? Later on, Li Yi's army pressed down on the border, making peace talks impossible. It was guaranteed that the whole clan would be exterminated. He bit his finger and left a bloody handprint on it just to write a letter. If he wasn't crazy, then what was he? What status did he have? Doesn't it hurt to bite your finger? Sigh. How did it become like this? Qi Lishu began to doubt himself. Was it a mistake to send troops to the Tang dynasty in the beginning? Political figures were afraid of self-denial. Therefore, many leaders of countries during Li Yi's time suffered losses after oppressing Li Yi's country. They could only grit their teeth and persevere. They didn't dare to retreat. The interests of the country didn't matter anymore. They were afraid. They were afraid that their ideals after self-denial would be shattered and they would lose the value of their lives. They didn't care about the people, only themselves. Even if they knew that the path was wrong, they still had to walk it, hoping for a miracle. Such was human nature. Those people had no faith, or rather, they only worshipped themselves. Princess Jincheng didn't care what other people said to her Langjun. She just looked at her baby. She once lost her faith and thought that she had been betrayed. The betrayal was not thorough. Who would betray a person with tens of thousands of guards, craftsmen, palace maids, and eunuchs? They could even give her the land of the Yellow River. After selling the people, they also sold the land. She struggled and understood again and again. It was very painful. She watched the Tang dynasty and Tubo continue to fight. She didn't have the power to change all this. Her biggest role was to help write a letter to ask for peace when Tubo lost. When Tubo slowed down, she would find a chance to fight the Tang dynasty. Your great-grandfather is still alive. This year, I'll see if I can take you back to meet him. When you grow up, you can be an official of the Tang dynasty instead of Zhangpu. Princess Jincheng spoke to her son. She had already thought it through. Li Yi would not allow the Tubo regime to exist. Chang An's letter had been asking her to find a way to persuade Qi to take Zhu Dan to fight India. Li Yi was also working on it. If they fought India, their military strength would be empty. The climate of India was different from here. Once they went there, they would have to give up. The Tang dynasty was not in a hurry to fight. They were clearly waiting for the people of the Tang dynasty to live a better life. They had enough money, provisions, and strong soldiers. The letter mentioned that the Tang dynasty now had a new way to let maras give birth to cubs. A good stallion could let thousands of maras give birth to cubs in a year. There were also good sheep and cattle. Horses were raised in the Hetao area and Juko area. Her son could not be Zhangpu. He must return to the Tang dynasty and be a small leader, unless he took the tribe directly to the Tang dynasty. Princess Zhangpu was talking to De Luyện. Judging from his gestures, he should be talking about 2 heavy machine guns. A palace maid ran in to report the situation. They watched from a distance with binoculars. Qi Lishu's binoculars were taken back and they were just lent to them. Humph. It's just that I don't want to make a move. If I were to fight, the losses would be too great. The Feathered Forest Cavalry is a powerful army of the Great Tang, and we can use other methods to conquer Tibet. Why should we watch the Feathered Forest Cavalry die? Princess Jincheng snorted. She asked Qin Li to demonstrate the guns for the purpose of deterrence. If they want to fight, they should hide and shoot at the critical moment. Princess, you have thought it through. According to the newspaper, Tubo forced the princess to change the internal conflicts after being oppressed by the Tang dynasty. They can't defeat the Tang dynasty, so they forced the princess to hand over the Tang dynasty. Fortunately, we have more people and weapons, and the army of the Tang dynasty came. Now, they are even more unstable. The palace maid analyzed the situation. She was a palace maid, not a fool. Then what do you think Tubo will do next? Princess Jincheng liked this personal palace maid very much. She let the palace maid serve her in bed and didn't ask Qi to take Zhu Dan to other women. The palace maid seemed to have thought about it many times. When she heard the question, she immediately answered, "If I were to Lewin, I would take the opportunity to say that some people in India are disrespectful to the Tang dynasty. Tubo wants to send troops to suppress them, but they lack weapons and food. Or they would say that India is stopping the Tang dynasty from doing business with them. If they want to help solve it, or they lack things, they will ask the Tang dynasty for them. Will the Tang dynasty give it to them?" Princess Jincheng continued to ask. The palace maid shook her head. "I don't know. If they give it to them, Tubo won't fight and will use it to deal with the Tang dynasty. If they don't give it to them, Tubo won't fight and will continue to resist the Tang dynasty. If the Tang dynasty wants Tubo to send troops to India, they will have to use their army or think of other ideas. Write a letter and ask." General Fan's team brought a lot of pigeons and used them to send secret letters. There are so many capable people in the Tang dynasty, and Li Yi is also there. They should have a good plan to pacify the world. Princess Jincheng also couldn't come up with a good solution when faced with such a problem. It seemed to be a dead knot. She was going to tell the situation here in detail and send the pigeons back to inform the Tang dynasty in advance. Today is Nong Nong's 18th birthday again. Thank you, brothers and sisters. If you are watching outside, please go back to Qijian to subscribe. Nong Nong bowed. Chapter 1633. Dongzhu said to give you the glass pots and curry powder first. You can sell them in India. If it's suitable, you can buy them in bulk. Another day passed. Li family Zhuangzi's third steward brought 10 sets of glassware and 100 bags of curry powder to Bokeo and the others who were eating wontons on Vermilion Bird Avenue and in front of the Imperial City Gate. They did not charge for this batch of goods. It was Tubo's guarantee. If they did not pay, then, thank you. Third steward. Isimba greeted. They had met before. At the bridgehead, the third steward said, "What could be more important than the Tang dynasty's people supporting the imperial court?" To express his attitude. Isimba was very happy. They had agreed that day to pay for the 10 sets of glassware first. One set was 1,200 yuan. It seemed that Li Yi was not in a hurry. One bag of curry powder was 25 yuan. He was a first-class agent. With 60 yuan, he could develop into a second-class agent. Dongzhu said that the money we earn can support Tubo's military operations. Tubo and the Tang dynasty are welcome to have military exchanges at any time. The third steward said expressionlessly, "How can that be? The money we earn will naturally be used to fight India." "Yes, open the Indian market. We can definitely make a lot of money," Bokeo promised. So Tubo will not be short of military funds if they take action against India and other countries under any circumstances? Dongzhu said not to use this as an excuse to ask for money from the Tang dynasty. The third steward continued to explain the matter clearly. Yes. Bokeo and Isimba admitted together. Sign the contract first. Use your envoy's seal and your fingerprints. Later, ask your Daluin and John Pu to write an official document. It's not a prime minister's letter. Send it back to the Tang dynasty. The third steward took out the prepared contract. There were 3 copies. Tubo kept one, Li family Zhuangzi kept one, and Honglu Temple kept the other. The 2 copies were stamped, signed, and fingerprinted. Today's wonton is exceptionally delicious. After the third steward left, Bo Xie scooped up a mouthful of wonton soup with a spoon and drank it, praising the taste. It seems to be the same every day. There's Dongju's pickled mustard paste, chopped green onions, dried shrimps, sesame oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. The Li family Zhuangzi knows how to add seaweed, but there's none here. Aisinba, on the other hand, did not feel that anything had changed. He also drank the soup. If he brought his own pepper, the wonton seller would not provide it. If he did not finish the soup, he would have to compensate. He wanted the clear soup base, not the extra spoonful of lard. He also didn't want the bone broth and chicken broth, although the price was the same. Old Hu, your chicken soup today is too hot. An official's mouth was scalded and his face was filled with pain. Have you seen through it? If it's broken, apply some watermelon frost. The stall owner handed over some cold water. He did not explain that the chicken soup was already hot. The chicken soup had a layer of chicken oil on it, so it had to be sipped and drunk. People who lacked oil were willing to eat it. The bone broth had the taste of bones, and there wasn't as much oil as the clear soup with an extra spoonful. The scalded official rinsed his mouth. Just as he was about to turn his head and spit out water, he saw the guards guarding the city gates and swallowed it. The commoners could spit it out, but he couldn't. He was an official. It's broken. I guarantee that it's broken. It hurts. The official rinsed his mouth a few times and confirmed. I'll give you a bowl of noodles. I won't charge you. The stall owner frowned. Clearly, he felt that it wasn't good to burn someone. Anyone would feel pain. Old Hu, I'm about to be promoted. I'm happy and anxious at the same time. I can't blame you. This wonton. The official was happy, but he couldn't bear to throw it away. I'll eat it. Consider it your treat. A person strolled over. I can treat you, but I have to know that you are. King Song. The official stood up. Greetings, King Song. The others stood up and bowed slightly. This was considered a greeting, and they couldn't kneel. Yesterday, I was at Brother Yi's Zhuangzi. At night, I told Brother Yi that I wanted to eat wontons. We talked about Old Hu selling wontons at the Vermilion Bird Avenue in the Royal City. In the past, it was forbidden to sell wontons, but now it's loosened up. At the same time, it gave the people in the Royal City a place to eat their breakfast. Speaking of carrying and pushing carts, some of the wheels can't even work anymore. It's tiring to push them. Brother Yi designed a new type of carriage and had 3 of them built overnight. Thus, I didn't eat wontons at the Li family Zhuangzi. Old Hu, can you take a look? Li Qingqi's tone was calm. As he spoke of the situation, someone pushed 3 carts over from behind. It was a 3-wheeled carriage. It wasn't like riding a donkey backwards. The carriage was high, and the carriage was at the front. One couldn't see the situation in front, and it was easy to bump into someone. The carriage was at the back, and it was easy to lose things. Even if someone took the opportunity to steal something, they wouldn't know. Fortunately, no one in Chang and city dared to steal other people's things. If they did, they would be sentenced to jail, and they wouldn't be paid for their labor. King Song, I can't afford it. Isn't this just an extra wheel on a bicycle? I'll just push my own cart and shout out loud to avoid bumping into anyone. Old Hu fell in love with this type of carriage at first glance. The body of the carriage was made of bamboo, and the wheels were the bearings of a bicycle. There were drawers and shelves on the carriage, and the surface was brushed with Tang oil. It was clean and neat. The other stall owners gathered around. They wanted to touch it, but didn't dare to. Li Qingqi stood in front of a carriage and introduced, "The drawers have buckles, so there's no need to worry about them slipping out. The same goes for the cabinet door." There's an iron buckle, a pot on top, and charred charcoal below. There's no delay. The bucket has to be covered, hung up, and fixed with a rope below. When it shakes slightly, the shaking of the bucket will offset the force of the shaking, so it's less likely to spill. He explained everything one by one, and the others could tell that he had put in a lot of effort in designing it. The surrounding people nodded their heads. Good, this is great, but Brother E said that we'll first make 1,000 of these carriages for everyone to use. After that, we'll evaluate the quality of the carriages with the others. Whoever's food is clean and tasty will get one. It's impossible to use a cloth to wipe several tables. Furthermore, it must be washed with soap. Only when the water can't be wrung out can it be considered clean. Li Qingqi got straight to the point. The carriages could be free, and the hygiene had to be improved. Yesterday, when he was chatting with Li Yi, he said that it was summer. This year, Chang and city could improve the hygiene standards, and everyone's living standards would be improved. Instead of forcing people to give orders, it was better to tempt them with benefits. Moreover, when the railway was built, there would be more tricycles like this for short-distance transportation. Is my place okay? When Old Hu heard that he could use the carriages for free, he asked Li Qingqi to look after his stall. Okay, I'm here for you. I'll talk to brother. Li Qingqi smiled and nodded. He was about to say how much he had played a role in this. Old Hu knelt down and put his palms together. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu, don't worry. Old Hu, will never give this carriage away. I promise to keep clean. Li Qingqi, I've been talking about you since yesterday. It's me. You nodded to me just now. Now, why are your knees so weak? Old Hu, don't always kneel to Li Dongzhu. Li Dongzhu is not happy. Old Hu, congratulations. Your stall is indeed clean. Old Hu, get up. Later, light more incense for Li Dongzhu's memorial tablet. It's hot today. When the mosquitoes come out, light 2 plates of mosquito coils. Everyone helped Old Hu up. Some were envious, while others congratulated him. Li Qingqi was left aside. He was stunned for a moment and suddenly smiled. Chapter 1634. Thank you, King Song. Old Hu was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled King Song and asked, King Song, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you to this meal. Thank you. Li Qingqi tried his best to tell himself that he had made a profit. At least he had earned a bowl of wontons. His trip was not in vain. This car is really good. Only Li Dongzhu could come up with it. Old Hu didn't respond to Li Qingqi's words. He stood beside the first car and felt around. King Song, have a seat. I'll cook some wontons for you. Old Hu's wife finally came to her senses and hurriedly called out to Li Qingqi. As she spoke, she went over and kicked Old Hu's calf, hinting with her eyes. Aya, King Song, allow me to kowtow to you. Realizing that something was amiss with the situation, Old Hu prepared to kneel down. Li Qingqi also kicked him. Hurry up and go cook me wontons. Clear soup. Okay. Old Hu took the opportunity to go to the stove. King Song, what's that? A person pointed at the objects hanging down from the carriage. There's a windmill on top. When the wind blows, it will spin. If there's a fly, it won't be able to land. When there's no wind, there's something to step on. Even a rope can spin. Usually, the preparation of food, such as meat, was placed out for people to look at carefully. You don't have to put it out. Just cover it with a screen. This thing will be popularized. It's not only in this carriage, but also in other stalls. The functions Li Qingqi mentioned would be used by all stalls in the capital magistrate's office this year. It was cheap and had a simple structure. It was tiring to swing the horsetail whisk back and forth. Li Dongzhu is really amazing. The person who asked immediately praised. Someone from the Workers' Alliance came up with this idea. He even won a prize for it. Li Qingqi emphasized that he was the inventor. Li Dongzhu's thoughts are really clever. Only Li Dongzhu could come up with 3 workers' alliances. In the past, the craftsmen worked in secret. Now, because of Li Dongzhu, everyone can learn and the craftsmen won't lose out. I heard that Li Dongzhu is going to Luoyang and won't be back. Who said that? I'll sew his mouth shut. Everyone continued to praise Li Yi and actively ignored Li Qingqi's words. Li Qingqi didn't utter a word, expressing his admiration. Fortunately, Brother Yi didn't want to be the emperor. The one who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. He listened and waited for the wontons to be ready. He was not used to the sudden silence. He turned his head and saw a group of people facing him. Thank you, King Song. Everyone bowed. Li Qingqi stood up in fright. What are you doing? King Song, we all know that you don't want the position of crown prince. King Song, go to the Li family Zhuangzi first and recommend Li Dongzhu to His Majesty. With King Song in charge of the Workers' Alliance and E-Alliance, everyone will have a good life. King Song, you're still in charge of the matters by the sea. King Song, you're thinking of old who even when eating wontons. You're thinking of us. King Song's Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund has helped many people, especially children. We all know King Song. We were just joking with you. Thank you, King Song. The crowd bowed once more. All right, stop bowing. If you continue to bow, you'll die. Is it windy? Li Qingqi said as he covered his face with his sleeves. Yes, it's windy and there's sand. Bring gauze when you set up your stall in the future. I'm squinting. Who can help me open my eyes? Spit. Spit hard and you'll cry. Retching works too. Look for your wife and you'll lick her eyes. Everyone chatted and returned to their respective positions. The wind was strong, and the steam rising from the pot was vertical. After a while, Li Qingqi pulled down his sleeves. Just like the others, his eyes were squinted and red. At this time, Old who served the wontons. He took out a small bamboo tube from the side and unscrewed the lid. King Song, there's pepper in here. Everyone set up your stalls. The cars will be ready in a few days. It's convenient to use them. Don't disgrace Brother Yi. Li Qingqi stirred the soup with a spoon and said to the other stalls. He decided to give these people a car. No, it would be free for the time being. He was going to manage the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund well. Why would he need it for the throne? Wasn't being an emperor just like that? Take his third brother, for example. He didn't even have more women. He didn't approve any memorials if he could, especially those that involved money. What was the difference between him and him? He was also living a carefree life now. When he encountered a big problem, didn't he have to ask Brother Yi? Even the ministers couldn't persuade him. Today's wontons are better than the ones in Zhuangzi. Li Qingqi was in a good mood. See, I told you, Bokeo said to Isinba. The King Song of the Tang dynasty felt the same as me. Isinba, he didn't want to respond to such an idiotic topic. He lowered his voice. Something is going to happen in Chang'an. Li Yi has other plans. It's definitely not a problem with the cars. Alas, Bokeo sighed. And then, what can we do? We'll do what we should do. Tubo must expand to the west and find a way out from India. I always feel aggrieved. Isinba sighed. Li Yi can fly. He also has explosives. If he's happy, he can take a bag of explosives and throw it at someone's head. There won't be anyone left alive within a radius of dozens of steps. Bokeo was helpless. No matter how powerful the army was, it was useless. Li Yi could kill whoever he wanted. If their leader was killed, how could the soldiers fight for their lives? He understood it this way and thought that all the armies in the world were like this. However, he didn't know that there was an army that wasn't like Li Yi's army. If the brigade commander died, the regiment commander would take over. If the regiment commander died, the battalion commander would take over. If the battalion commander died, the company commander would take over. Unless everyone was killed, there wouldn't be any problems with the command system. The winged knights were like this. Every one of them knew strategy and tactics. If they killed a battalion commander, anyone could take over. They were trained as military officers and learned more than those who passed the imperial examinations. I hope they don't do anything to Princess Jincheng. We should let them go to Chang'an. We are too weak. Simba felt helpless. The prosperity of Chang and was like a dream. Everything has its own laws, like fog and lightning. Everything is like a dream, a bubble, and a shadow. People like us who don't have a high standard in Chinese literature should not be involved in any form of translation. It can be translated into words that are particularly disgusting. When there is law, it must be fog and lightning. Men dream of its shadow and know that it exists there and cannot be changed. Li Yi was explaining to Princess Jincheng about the translation, and Princess Jincheng came over to ask for money. She had wanted to do something with Li Yi, but Li Yi rejected her. Her brother and father also objected. Li Yi had no choice but to copy a woman's flower for her. Now, Princess Jincheng doesn't dare to think about those things. She wants to get some money and find someone to translate more books. Li Yi remembered some of the translations he had done in the past. It was too disgusting, including the Bible. The translators had no literary talent at all. Money is not a problem, and Feng Yu reminded her not to translate blindly. How can I make money while printing and finding someone to translate? Princess Jincheng has a set of printed books, and she is more mature now. She doesn't look for men casually. You are in charge of printing. How can you not make money? Monks and Taoists are rich, and they have so many believers. Li Yi reminded her, the believers of the imperial magistrate are all stealing incense. I will use it on your longevity tablet. Princess Jincheng said. Chapter 1635. And have some tea. Princess Yongmu served tea to Princess Jinxian. She didn't care if her identity was exposed. She wanted to emphasize her seniority. In other words, Li Lang is mine. Junior, don't think about other things you shouldn't think about. Li Yi was actually very helpless. If he gave her a set of copper movable type to print things, how could she not have money? There were only 3 movable type printing factories in the Tang dynasty. One was in the imperial court, printing dictionaries and sihai, and the other was in the Li family Zhuangzi, printing books and newspapers. The last one printed the Buddhist scriptures and Taoist scriptures that you wanted. Now you're telling me that you're poor. Oh my God, why don't you get struck by lightning? Li Yi took a deep breath. When Tian tell me, I'm going to perform the surgery. After Li Yi finished speaking, he turned around and left. He didn't want to play with her anymore. It was too much of a waste of time. How can he be like this? His temper is getting worse and worse. Princess Jinxian was furious. You weren't like this when I first saw you. Aunt, Li Lang's status is getting higher and higher. Princess Yongmu was helpless. Why did she have to look for Li Lang for such a small matter? She looked at Xiaolan. She also wanted to leave. She could just let Xiaolan settle it. Xiaolan shook her head slightly. Princess, you can't. He's your elder. You tell him. I don't have money now. You have a lot of money in Wen Tianxiang Pavilion. Do you respect Buddha and Taoism? Princess Jinxian knew that her niece was rich. She even had things from Wen Tianxiang Pavilion. They were all given to her by her niece. I respect anything that can make the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. It's disrespectful to take things in front of others and comfort them. Li Lang can do this for free. In summer, the people will light mosquito coils for a while and bring them to their houses. The people don't steal incense, but fortune and the Tao of Heaven. Unfortunately, the temples and monasteries don't burn mosquito coils. Princess Yongmu didn't care about Buddha or Taoist ancestors. She only believed in Chinese civilization. Yuan, Li Yi left. Princess Jinxian was a little angry. Li Lang is busy practicing life-saving methods. Let me tell you, it's very simple. Princess Yongmu realized that she couldn't let Xiaolan take her place, so she could only say it herself. It's just money. Simple? How could it be simple? Princess Jincheng took a sip of tea, feeling uncomfortable. Auntie, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Xiaolan, get me a bowl of vegetarian porridge. I also want some side dishes. Princess Yongmu immediately knew what was going on. I'm a Taoist, and I occasionally meddle in Buddhism. I eat meat, but it's not like Buddhists don't eat meat. I want pies, not buns. The dough will fill my stomach. Princess Jinxian hurriedly said, Don't be a vegetarian. If I come to Zhuangzi, won't you give me a meal of meat? I've brought it for you. Li Longji appeared at the door. He was carrying a tray instead of a lunchbox. Princess Jinxian ran forward with a sweet smile. Thank you, brother. 2 beef stuffing boxes, 2 pork stuffing boxes, 1 lamb face, and 1 egg soup, which is cat ear soup. Li Longji didn't give the tray to his sister. It was too heavy, and he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold it. Princess Jinxian's face was filled with sweetness. This brother was still her original brother. You came over and said that you have no money. You have your own printing place. So how can you be short of money? Sigh. Li Longji had the same emotions and helplessness as Li Yi and his daughter. How was that possible? A whole set of bronze movable type. Could it be that you melted the bronze movable type and sold it for money? If I print it, I won't have money. I have to buy ink from Li family Zhuangzi, and everyone has to donate money. Princess Jinxian felt wronged. Xiaolan, you say it. No, Taohong says it. Li Longji saw his daughter and Xiaolan's hopeless expression and asked Taohong to explain. Princess, I'm Taohong number 3. I'll tell you how to make money. Taohong took a step forward. Brother? Princess Jinxian seemed to understand something. Any palace maid could solve it? Eat slowly, don't be anxious. Li Longji felt sorry for his sister. Was there no one in the entire circle who could give her ideas? All right, Taohong, you tell me. Princess Jinxian picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat. Princess, you have a whole set of bronze movable type. Believers, right? They need to invite some books that they need. You ask them to provide you with the content. As long as there are no problems, believers will donate money for wisdom. In addition, there are some scholars who write books and engrave them. The price is too high. Many people ask, and each person has an article. You print it into a book called a collection. When they have money, they will pay for it themselves. When they don't have money, they will always hold poetry and wine parties. Someone can pay for it. You satisfy the needs of believers and also promote the development of the Tang dynasty's literature. It's beneficial to the people's livelihood. Taohong number 3 actually didn't want to say it. Why did she specially go to Li family Zhuangzi to ask for such an easy thing? That's right, why didn't others tell me? It sounds quite simple. Princess Jinxian hadn't eaten anything yet. She wasn't an idiot and instantly figured it out. Annie, one is that the people you come in contact with can't do it. The other is that the people you come in contact with can't do it. Princess Yongmu made a double entendre. One is that the ability can't do it. The other is that the quality can't do it. Yuan, do you want to print things? I'll give you the cost price. Princess Jinxian was grateful and wanted to repay her. Princess Yongmu, the cost of printing things is 0. I'm in Li family Zhuangzi. Do you think you're the only one who can print things? Who gave you the bronze movable type? Print. Auntie, I'll print it. There's no cost. I'll give you 20% of the profits. Help me print it. Princess Yongmu decided to teach her aunt a lesson. What do you want to print? Princess Jinxian liked to help others print things. The poems written by the noble ladies. I'm preparing to open a class to teach them how to write. Some don't need me to teach them. Some have poor foundation and must be taught. When they finish writing, they'll print it into a small book with pictures. You can also find someone to engrave it. You'll get 20% of the profits. For example, if they write a poem, a thin book with pictures. Print 1,000 copies. Your average cost is 200 yuan. I'll give you 240 yuan. Then, I'll charge them 500 yuan. It's a friendship price. If you don't have this relationship, I won't take this job even if it's 1,000 yuan. Princess Yongmu explained the situation to you clearly and clearly. I'll earn 40 yuan. You'll earn. You. Princess Jinxian finished the calculation in less than 5 breaths. She realized that her niece was a little strange. In the past, her niece could be happy all day as long as she could eat meat. Why was she so indifferent when she ate people now? Auntie, I'm planning to set up a fund. For every 100 taels of gold spent at Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion, I'll give a portion of it to the soldiers of the Great Tang. I'll also give each customer a small card. Princess Yongmu talked about another trick. In fact, she didn't want to do it. She said it as a joke because it was called a goodwill kidnapping. Li Yi told her before to play tricks. It didn't matter how evil one's heart was. The key was to take advantage of others' kindness. However, Li Yi said that the Tang dynasty didn't allow it. That's right. Taoism and Buddhism are also fine. Princess Jinxian understood. She wanted to do good and felt that it was fine. Those who seduce others to do good for their own reputation are evil. Taking advantage of others' kindness for their own sake is like raising bandits for their own sake. Their intentions are worthy of death. Princess Yongmu shook her head slightly. Chapter 1636. Princess Jinxian called Peach Blossom number 3 to eat in the room next door. She wanted to ask something. She actually wanted to take Peach Blossom number 3 back to her residence. She asked Li Longji with her eyes, but Li Longji told her with his eyes that he couldn't. There were a total of 32 people in 4 groups of palace maids and eunuchs. Everyone was easy to use, and this was the result of Li Yi's long-term teaching. The other palace maids and eunuchs tried their best to learn, but they were still poor. Princess Jinxian was too embarrassed to ask others, so she let Peach Blossom number 3 teach her how to make money alone. Yuan, what do you think? Li Longji asked his daughter. Princess Yongmu blinked. I use my eyes to see. It was not convenient for her to say that her aunt was an elder, so it was not her turn to criticize the elders. Change a group of people. Change from true Jade's place. Li Longji was angry. There was no one in Princess Jinxian's residence. In that case, what was the use of having you? Princess True Jade's place was the same. There were always people who sent poems from True Jade and wanted to take a shortcut through the princess's connections. What was there to see about lousy poems? They were all praises. If any of you came up with an idea to benefit the people through Princess True Jade, I might be happy and meet you. Xiaolan lowered her head and rubbed her feet on the ground. Xiaolan. Li Longji saw it. Your Majesty, it's fine. It's just that the new group of people are not familiar with the princess's habits and will be easily beaten to death. Xiaolan did not want to push others into the fire pit. The palace maids and eunuchs in the harem were living a good life now. You're quite kind. What do you think should be arranged? Li Longji smiled. I've always been kind. I can't stand to see scheming and deceit. Xiaolan said something that even she herself did not believe. After saying that, she quickly stuck out her tongue. Bring the people from the 2 manors to the Li family Zhuangzi in batches. I'll teach them. Aren't you afraid that they will scheme against you and deceive you? Li Longji asked with a smile. Just based on them? Oh, I'll use kindness to impress them. I'm willing to convince them with virtue. Xiao Lan accidentally blurted out her inner thoughts, so she quickly corrected herself. Li Longji was still smiling. All right, if you can help me resolve my worries, I'll leave this matter to you. He believed in Xiao Lan. This daughter of his was benevolent, filial, upright, beautiful, and gentle. That was because Xiao Lan had followed him since she was young. She was smart, loyal, and ruthless. Whenever there was a need to make a move, Xiaolan would do it. Xiaolan had been protecting him the entire time, yet nothing had happened to him. Yuan, are you going to Lantian County tomorrow? Li Longji asked his daughter about her schedule. Replying to Imperial Father's question, I've come into contact with them to learn about the situation between the officials and their clans. Li Lang didn't want me to get involved. However, since Princess Jincheng sacrificed herself for the Tang dynasty in Tubo, it was not troublesome for his daughter to collect some information while having fun. Someone came into contact with the foreign Tibetans and received money, but for the time being, they were unable to complete the task. Your daughter has noted it down. Princess Yongmu didn't talk about her plans for the next day. She only talked about her goals and results. Yuan has grown up. Li Longji nodded slightly and sighed. He got up and left with his hands behind his back. He felt that his daughter was more helpful to the Tang dynasty than his two younger sisters. His two younger sisters were just living their own lives. Usually, they would give money according to their status. The Li family Zhuangzi would give them an extra portion. Others looked for Princess Yuzhen, but few looked for Princess Jingxian. Most of them were Buddhists and scholars like Wang Wei. His daughter didn't come into contact with other men. She took care of Xiaolan Zhuangzi. Whatever Xiaolan Zhuangzi did, the surrounding neighbors followed suit. It was the critical period of raising beanworms. A group of people followed Xiaolan Zhuangzi's method and worked hard to fatten up the worms. When Tianlan Xiang Pavilion was amazing. It made money like running water. It opened once every few days and made a lot of money. The houses next to it also made a lot of money every day. For the officials who came to Chang, and with their families, the women would definitely go to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion first. Without something from Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion, they couldn't enter the circle. His daughter was making money and helping to inquire about information. This kind of effort was rare. Li Longji was relieved. There was no mess in the harem, and his eldest daughter was protected by Li. When the new Tian Shu was built, the Tang dynasty would be powerful in the sea. As he was thinking, someone walked quickly in front of him. Brother, why are you in a hurry? Li Longji thought something big had happened. The whales are here. Much of the meat is shared by the local people. Some of it is salted. There are things that Brother Yi wants, and a lot of whale oil. Li Qingqi got the news and went to take a look. After confirming it, he went to Li Yi. Brother Yi is having an operation. I arranged for him to come over first. Can the meat still be eaten? Li Longji counted the days. It had been a month. They put a lot of salt. The things that Brother Yi wants are smelly. They wrapped it up. It's more than 300 kilograms. There's a lot of oil, and it's not easy to transport. They have to repair the tracks along the way. Li Qingqi frowned. Obviously, he hated the smell of that thing. The golden immortal is here. She's short of money. Li Longji nodded, indicating that he knew. He would talk about it after Li Yi's operation. He talked about other things. Li Qingqi was slightly stunned. She has a set of bronze movable characters. How can she be short of money? He thought so too. He could make a lot of money if the set of bronze movable characters was given to him. Xiaolan suggested that the Golden Immortal and the people in the Yuzhen mansion take turns to teach her. Let's go and take a look at the front, Li Longji said as he walked to the high platform. Standing on the platform, he could see the situation on the other side of the river. The two arrived at the place. The iron chain bridge, next to Ba Bridge, was completed yesterday. Similar to the Pujin Bridge that separated Puzhou and Tangzhou at the south of Huku Waterfall downstream of the Yellow River. The middle could be opened to facilitate the passage of ships. The original porous stone bridge next to it was being dismantled. A part of it was being dismantled and the arch was being raised again. The bridge deck was being pierced with a drill and prepared to be blown up. Several layers of large fishing nets were placed under the bridge. The stones that were blown down would fall into the fishing nets and sink. The ships would go over to pick them up. Otherwise, How could the big stones be lifted out of the water? The bridge here is finished. The bridge in the west should be finished too, right? Lilongji hadn't gone out for a few days and didn't know the situation. It's finished. The iron chain suspension bridge is tied with wooden planks in the middle and nets on both sides to prevent people from falling from the side. We still have to save them. Li Chengqi looked at the bridge leading to the city gate. There were 2 layers of planks, spaced horizontal planks below and vertical planks above. 25 iron chains were below, and another 4 iron chains were connected to the left and right sides. At the same time, there was a net that could let cars pass on both sides at the same time. The project wasn't small. If it was in another place, it would take at least half a year or even 2 years. Li family Zhuangzi had many tools and iron chains, so he directly smashed and dragged it over. In the past, the iron used was half a year's output of the Tang dynasty. Now it was half a day's output. It didn't seem to take half a day. The iron ore given by Brother E is high, and the smelting technology has improved. There are many iron pots in the hands of the people. They don't need to borrow kitchen knives from the neighbors, and they don't need to use stone slices to cut vegetables. Li Qingqi thought and sighed. A few years ago, he didn't know that the people used stone slices to cut vegetables. He went to the river to find a big cobblestone and smashed it with all his strength. He chose stone slices to use as knives. Chapter 1637. The passing of time is like water. I don't give up day and night. Li Longji was also sentimental. He used this sentence to tell Li Qingqi that they were starting to live a good life and not to think about the past. This was not the original meaning of this sentence. Li Qingqi understood. He picked up the binoculars and looked at the market on the other side. There were also people coming from the east who wanted to enter Chang and city. They insisted on drinking a few mouthfuls of free soup in the shed guarded by the 16 guards. No matter how luxurious their clothes were, they still drank soup. Brother Yi said that he would be spending the new year in Luoyang this year because he couldn't bear to leave the people of Chang, and Li Longji suddenly said something irrelevant. It's time to go to Luoyang's Dongdu to set off fireworks. Brother Yi will arrange the matters in Chang, and so that the people of Chang and won't be left out. Li Qingqi wanted to go to Luoyang and let the people of Luoyang experience the liveliness. Places with Li Yi were guaranteed to be lively. Yes, Brother Yi is here. Li Longji suddenly saw someone beside him turn his head and look. Li Yi was stepping on something and running over. Brother, I heard that the things are here. See if the meat is spoiled. The oil is fine. We can just refine the oil. Li Yi stopped and slid down the scooter. In front of the scooter was a small basket filled with cooked fennel beans and beer. The 2 of them stared at the scooter. They had never seen it before. It's a scooter. The technology has improved and the bearings are good, so I made it. It's convenient for the villagers to travel in Zhuangzi and for the children to play. Li Yi kicked the scooter support frame down, stopped it, and took out the things. He poured beer for the 3 of them. A scooter is more practical than a skateboard. It can be used to store things, and it's not easy to fall. It's also lighter than a bicycle. A few miles of road can be covered in a short time by stepping on it. It's not willing to step on the ground when going uphill. It's tiring to push a bicycle. In the future, this thing will be considered a standard item in Zhuangzi. It will be placed everywhere, and you can use it whenever you want. Find a place to put it. Li Yi couldn't make an electric scooter, but simple manpower was not a problem. For example, what he had was a bamboo board, a bamboo pipe, a bamboo basket, 2 bearings, and 2 wooden wheels. The most expensive part was the bearing. The rest were not worth much. Why do you want to eat and drink here? Brother E, the thing you won in the whale's stomach is too smelly. It's more than 300 caddies. Li Qingqi looked at the scooter, picked up a fennel bean, and talked to Li Yi. You can operate on Qingdai now. Rest for 2 days and adjust your condition. Li Yi talked about the happy things first. The sooner his eldest disciple's surgery, the better. If the surgery was done early, the body would be able to adjust itself as it grew. If it was done late, some physiological changes would have already occurred. Then he said, "That thing is the ambergris. It smells fishy now, but after a period of time, it will start to become fragrant. It weighs more than 300 caddies. Even after it dries, there will still be a lot." "Is that so? Does ambergris stink?" Li Longji had it in his palace, and it was stored in the right corner. He didn't smell bad, so he made some into incense and lit them. "Third brother, do you want to take a look?" Li Yi picked up his beer mug. "We'll see later. There's no rush. Are you sure you want to go to Luoyang for the festival this year?" Li Longji didn't care if it smelled bad or not. If he hadn't seen it before, he would know it so that he could tell others in the future. "We'll go by train. If the train opens early, we'll go to Haizhou first and look at the sea. Then we'll go back to Luoyang from Haizhou. When we stop at Luoyang, call the officials of Hunan province who are in Luoyang. Along the way, we need to maintain the security. People are not allowed to climb on the carriages. We need to have people patrolling to prevent criminals from stealing goods." Li Yi had already planned to let the emperor sit first to set an example for the people. At the same time, he asked Li Longji to look at the sea. Li Longji picked up a bean and threw it into his mouth to chew. It was not fried, and it was not hard to eat. It was chewy. Li Yi only added some seasonings and a little salt. He didn't add any other seasonings. "It's different outside." Li Qingqi also ate. He ate fennel beans from other places, and there was a difference in the taste. "It won't taste good if it's cooked for a long time. What we're eating now are the broad beans planted in the Yangtze River last autumn. They're sent here as soon as they're harvested. Even so, they have to be soaked before cooking. After they're soaked, they'll be boiled. After boiling, there'll still be water in them. After soaking, they'll be relatively soft. They won't be hard. When fried, they'll be crispy. When fried for a long time, they'll be hard." This wasn't a secret. He knew it when he saw it in the kitchen. The broad beans were planted in Jiangnan East. They were only planted 2 months before Guangzhou this year. They had to wait until autumn to harvest. Few people planted them. The cold weather made it difficult to plant, so the yield was low. Usually, they would open up a piece of land on the mountain and plant a few rows of crops. In fact, the land on the mountain wasn't bad. There was humus, but it was difficult to draw water. They had to carry water up to plant some. If the weather wasn't too dry, they didn't care. If it was dry, they had to carry water up and water it. If the field was dry, there would be no water network and wells. They could only cry, "There's still a lack of wells. Big brother, the workers' union will build wells." Li Yi thought of the scene when the people worked hard to plant the crops, and then a great drought came. It's been draining. There must be a pressure well in the east of Taihang Mountain within a 1-mile radius. The people have to pay for the well. The area east of Hunan province is the main place to dig wells. Wheat is planted there. Although it doesn't consume as much water as rice, it can't be short of water. Li Qingqi was talking about the southern part of Hebei province, the southeast part of Shaanxi province, Shandong province, and other places. These were all important areas for grain production. Under normal circumstances, there was water in Hunan province. When he talked about the great drought in Hunan province, he was basically talking about Hunan province and Shandong province. Wells were always being drilled. The mouth of the well was small, and there were things on it. Even a mouse couldn't fall into it. It was easy to draw water. Even if the things on the surface were broken, ordinary people could make a new one. It would be faster if there were craftsmen. When Li Qingqi talked about this, he smiled. The people think that they can live without wells, but they can't live without wells. When we've accumulated 9 years' worth of grain, the people will be more at ease. We'll also be more at ease. Li Yi mentioned a very difficult task. 9 years' worth of grain reserves. It would cost a lot of money just to repair the granary. The grain reserves of his time were guaranteed to be useless for 9 years. Usually 3 years was good enough. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 years' worth of grain reserves. New grain was produced and old grain was sold. The country didn't need 9 years' worth of grain reserves. 2 years' worth was enough. Then, if there was a shortage of grain, they would dig wells, use fertilizers, and change vegetable fields into grain fields. The Tang dynasty couldn't be compared. The Tang dynasty didn't have the technology and mobilization ability. The transportation was even worse. If there was a shortage of grain in some places, a cart of grain would be almost used up on the road. Li Longji took a sip of beer. Potatoes and sweet potatoes are used to save the staple grain. Then we can buy grain from outside. The Tang dynasty can definitely do it. As he spoke, he got up. Let's go and see the whale first. We'll eat when we come back. Do you need to wear a mask? It's not a big deal to smell it. Li Qingqi shook his head. He had already smelled it just now. Anyway, it doesn't taste good. I'll check the salted meat. I don't need the oil. Li Yi wanted to eat fresh whale meat, but he couldn't. He was a little disappointed. When he went out to sea, he didn't have time to kill whales. He did catch sharks, but the meat was not delicious. Chapter 1638. I hope the meat is edible. If not, feed it to pigs and pandas. Li Yi rode the scooter and said to Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who were also riding the scooter. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were unfamiliar with it. Fortunately, it was simple and did not have any technical difficulties. The surrounding maids and eunuchs put things in the basket and followed them. It was more difficult for Ching Song. He had a box, so he held the lever of the box with one hand and the middle of the scooter with the other. The cub wanted to help several times, but he did not agree. The box was the pride of Ching Song's group of 4, so it must be in their hands. If others wanted it, they had to bring their own boxes. Can't you ride that box of yours? Li Longji realized that the design of the box was very good. It could be pulled and ridden, and there were wheels on 3 sides. The wheels and bearings were more advanced than the scooter. It's slow unless it goes downhill, Ching Song explained. Usually, he did not ride the box at all and dragged it. He thought that riding the box was blasphemous. He has a flat cart for boxes, but he doesn't use it. The cub took the opportunity to complain. Why don't you help him with the flat cart? Li Qingqi glared at the cub. Sorry, I'm sorry. The cub was instantly scared. 10 canes. Li Qingqi said a number and continued to ride. Yes. The cub agreed and looked at Li Yi. Li Yi did not look back, so it breathed a sigh of relief. 10 canes was fine. After the cold compress, it would not affect tomorrow's work. If Dong Zhu said 10 canes, there would be no tomorrow. When they arrived, many people were watching. They mainly looked at the whale meat, which was piled up like a mountain and emitted a foul smell. It can't be eaten unless Dong Zhu processes it and makes oil. Makes soap from fish. I live by the sea and catch a fish. It's very useful. It's a whale, a mammal. That pile is called ambergris. It's even smellier. Smelly is also a medicine. Dong Zhu can make it fragrant. I heard that Dong Zhu specifically asked for it. Can the meat still be eaten? It's so hot. You can't put salt. It's mainly because it's not sealed. Fresh meat can be eaten if it's sealed in a jar with salt. Help me chase away the flies. Don't make it inedible when the time comes. It can't be compared to pork. Our Zhuangzi doesn't lack meat to eat. The meat looks okay. There is indeed a lot of salt by the sea. I heard that after the New Year, most places are teaching how to dry salt. In the past, I kept it a secret and didn't want others to know about it. I was worried that it would affect the salt market. Now, the price of salt is low, mainly because of the transportation cost. Well, salt from the Shulands is shipped here by ship. Why don't you stop when it's so cheap? There's profit. You can count the labor. Once the brine wells are finished, there's still the natural gas wells. How much salt can one person produce in a day? In addition to the transportation costs, they would definitely make a lot of money when they reach the wholesale terminal. The owner had said that the price of daily necessities would always be linked to the cost of production. If there is no profit, no one will do it. Thus, the price will rise and the profits will be regained. Now, all the poultry and livestock are being fed salt. The amount is written on the newspaper. It's not allowed to be too much. If there's too much, they'll definitely die. The onlookers discussed fervently. It was obvious that this was a villager, and they threw out all kinds of theories. The winged knights in Haijo had all returned, along with the commoners who helped to transport the goods. They were allowed to enter Zhuangzi. To be able to enter the Li family Zhuangzi was their greatest dream. When they came, they said that they didn't want any money. Now that they were allowed to enter Zhuangzi, it was enough. Dongzhu, these commoners, said that they are helping to transport the goods. They don't want any money. They just want to enter Zhuangzi. One of the winged knights said. Before he could finish, Li Yi rubbed his stomach and said, "I'm going to the toilet. I'll be back in 5 minutes." He ran off on his scooter, and it didn't seem like he had a bad stomach. The moment he left, the winged knights bowed. "Your Majesty, King Song." The villagers saw them and hurriedly greeted the commoners who helped. "We just wanted to enter Zhuangzi to take a look." Why did we see His Majesty and King Song?" "Rise. Thank you for your hard work." Li Longji came down from his scooter, and his aura changed. "Your Majesty, I'll kowtow to you." One of the commoners was so agitated that he didn't know how to express himself, so he knelt down. The other commoners also knelt down and kowtowed. Li Longji didn't have time to stop them, so he could only accept it. Get up, get up. I won't pay you the transportation fees, but I have an additional reward." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The leader of the group reacted quickly, and the group of people thanked him. It didn't matter what the reward was, as long as it was a rock. Such a large piece of smelly stuff. Is it the ambergris that is usually used in the palace? You can only get it occasionally in the palace. Li Longji looked at the large piece of ambergris. The smell was indeed bad. It's called fragrance when it's extremely smelly. It's a product of extreme yang. Bai Gu and a group of people came over. They heard the news and wanted to take a look. "Greetings to Bai Zaifu, Song Zaifu." The winged knights continued to lead the group, mainly to introduce them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bowed to others. Zaifu didn't have a subordinate relationship with them. They were only responsible for Her Majesty. The winged knights knelt to the Zaifu. Whichever Zaifu knelt to, that Zaifu would have to commit suicide to prevent their family from being exterminated. They knelt to Li Longji with one knee on the ground. They didn't kneel unless it was a military situation. The commoners didn't kneel either. It was fine if they just bowed, but they were still excited. Was today the legendary court assembly? The oil can be refined, but can the meat be eaten? Lu Huaishan walked around the mountain of meat and took a portion of it. It was still a large amount. Can it? It's all salt. Ever since the salt drying technology was introduced, salted fish from the coastal areas were often sent to Chang, and I don't know how it is dried. Yao Chong endured the unpleasant smell and walked to the meat. "I know." Zhang Jiling raised his hand to speak. He had already used this technology in Guangzhou. The commoners who boiled the sea for salt didn't lose their jobs or reduce their income because of the technology. Instead, they made more money. Drying salt was hard work, but it was better than boiling salt. If the price of salt was 10 times lower, then the production could increase by 100 times. I know. My family does this. Wave by wave, add extra bitterness and saltiness to the salt. A rope can make flowers bloom. Adding water to the latter can make salt. The leader of the commoners said again. He understood. His family did this. It was tiring, but it was better than boiling salt. I'm back. Everyone hasn't eaten, right? Eat jianbing. I'll bring someone to make it for you. Drink watermelon soup with some chopped green onions. Li Yi came back on his scooter. Behind him was a fleet of flatbed cars. Some people were washing their hands in basins, some were scooping soup, and some were making jianbing on the spot. They were all in the limelight. There was also a flatbed car with testing equipment. Li Yi had to check if the meat was edible. He brought them to the canteen because he knew the commoners wanted to hear him speak. It would be more intimate if he spoke on the spot. When the commoners finished eating, they would be arranged to take a bath, sleep, and stay for a few days. They would bring gifts when they left. They came with a full cart. He couldn't ask them to leave with an empty cart, right? His neighbor sent a plate of dumplings. Should he return the empty plate without washing it? Even if he didn't have money, he could pick some wild vegetables, wash them clean, and serve them on a plate. He could let them understand his manners. Chapter 1639. The commoners didn't know about Li Yi's intimate methods. They stood beside the cart that was making pancakes and asked what they wanted. There was garlic chili sauce, which was applied regardless of whether they wanted it or not. There was also an egg on both sides. This batch of wing knights left. They didn't want to eat pancakes. They went to take a bath first, and then went to the cafeteria to eat. This is ambergris. Sometimes the whale will spit out a big piece, and that it smells very bad when it excretes. In the future, if you find it at the seaside, quickly pick it up and dry it under the sun. It will become fragrant when it dries. Send it to me, and I will buy it at a high price. This is medicine. Although the royal family needs it, I won't give it to them. The royal family uses ambergris wrongly. It's just a smell. I have other ways to calm the emperor. Li Yi explained on the spot. Some farmers began to cut the ambergris into pieces for easy drying and preservation. He didn't want to keep it in pieces unless he wanted to sell it to preserve its value. The commoners listened carefully. They lived by the seaside. They believed in Li Yi. If he said it was a high price, it was a high price. No one else could offer it. If someone really offered a higher price, that person would have a problem. They wouldn't sell it and wouldn't even let others know. This oil, in fact, even if it's from other sea fishes, it's not bad to boil it in a pot and use it to light a lamp, Li Yi continued. He wasn't a businessman in this field and didn't expect to make money from it. If he gave the commoners more knowledge, their lives would be better and they wouldn't be cheated. This meat, I passed the test. Thank you. Everyone put a lot of salt, so it's still edible. The timing is just right, but it's too salty. I plan to mince it and make sausages. After smoking it, it won't taste like whale meat. Anyway, it's better than beef sausages and better than horse meat. It's best to put more starch, because the pig's fat doesn't need to be mixed with it to make sausages. Everyone knows how to eat it. In the future, if you see it, you can cut it and cook it in hot pot. To be honest, it's more tender and fresh than beef. If it's been cooked for a long time, put a little salt to feed it to the pigs. Li Yi randomly picked more than 20 parts to test and concluded that it was edible. If he put too much salt, would it be eaten as bacon? He prepared to fill the sausages with starch, scallions, and ginger. If it was garlic-flavored, he would add more garlic. Normally, Li Yi didn't like garlic sausages. Garlic had a strong germicidal effect. If a sausage was made with garlic flavor, it meant that the meat was not very good. Garlic-flavored sausages were usually very cheap. With so much garlic in them, the possibility of a stomachache would be reduced. I won't talk anymore. Let's eat, Li Yi said as he noticed that everyone was looking at him. Dongzhu, can we raise pigs by the sea? Where are the ducks? Asked one of them. You mean to let the pigs find their own food? Or are you feeding the pigs? Ducks were more suitable for rearing. This involves the technical problem of duck egg collection. The ducks will lay their eggs in the normal circle that you have prepared for them. At the same time, the stronger the heat concentration in a place, the more the ducks would like it. It would be more beneficial for the duck eggs to hatch. In addition, some ducks couldn't help but lay eggs while eating at the beach. People had to go and pick them up. It's not enough to rely on the ducks to eat in the sea. They need people to feed them extra food. Feed them grains that are cheap. Mix in the chaff too. Li Yi immediately gave an answer. He couldn't be fooled around with the key problem. Go and call Yuan over. Li Longji said to the person beside him. He was in a good mood. Brother E was indeed Brother E. He answered all the questions and said everything he knew. "Uncle, you were looking for me?" Princess Yongmu's voice suddenly came from behind Li Longji. She addressed Li Longji as uncle. Li Yi was not far away. She was more dedicated to her work. "When did you come?" Li Longji was startled by the spirit hunter. "I came a long time ago. I was listening to Li Lang's lecture." Princess Yongmu smiled sweetly. "I asked someone to call you over to see your Li Lang." Li Longji sighed in relief. "Thank you, uncle. Li Lang has always been like this. Back then, when I went to the hot springs, I found the matter of ants and bees interesting." Princess Yongmu recalled the first time she met Li Yi. It was foggy and her grandfather brought her there. The second time they met was to see pandas. Li Lang seemed to have changed into a different person at that time. Only now did she realize that Li Lang had always been like this. "You haven't raised them before. Don't raise too many at once. Only 10 or so. Let's see how many eggs they lay first." Li Yi continued to speak. The people by the sea in the Tang dynasty had very little access to knowledge. It was normal for them to be illiterate. They fished every day. If the nets were soaked for too long, they would dry them and repair them. If there were 2 sets of nets that could be used alternately, it meant that they were living a good life. They would remarry or get a wife and have children. When the children grew up, the cycle would repeat itself. They had dreams, but they didn't know how to change them. Now, they had fishing nets made of cotton and linen, which were stronger. They helped the winged knights to work and earned extra money. They listened to the winged knights' introduction of many things and read the newspapers, trying their best to learn how to read from the winged knights. They decided on which aspect to start from and came to deliver things. Li Yi understood that it was unrealistic for all the people in the coastal areas to dry salt. The farming industry was good. Those who are capable still have to raise sheep. In addition, the greenhouse this winter must be built. Vegetables must be guaranteed to be available all year round. Because in the future, Li Yi talked about the future development. In the past, the railway was built, and Haijiu belonged to the port. It was more convenient for barbarian merchants or merchants from the Tang dynasty to load and unload goods in Haijiu. They needed food and accommodation, and they also needed to bring vegetables and other things before going to sea. The people in Haijiu participated more in the tertiary industry under the normal operation of the primary industry. If the docks and other places needed to reprocess goods, the handicraft industry would follow, and the demand for the secondary industry would increase. Li Yi wanted to make it clear, our good days are coming. Demand, supply, logistics, which are the people who buy things, sell things, and transport things, belong to a complete circle. Li Yi told the people that they had to prepare. They needed to use big boats to fish. They could pool money to build a ship, or the Li family zhuangzi, and the imperial court would give them a loan. The interest was low, or even no interest. Don't waste labor because of the production tools. Don't be afraid of borrowing money. If you can't pay it back, there will be an evaluation. If it has nothing to do with your subjective intentions, then it will be reduced. Li Yi said it over and over again, explaining the same thing from all angles. Otherwise, the people wouldn't understand. Bai Gu and the others were annoyed. Li Yi, can't you be more concise? So now, let's go back and discuss with our families whether to raise ducks, build greenhouses, or raise sheep. Try not to borrow money from others. The Li family zhuangzi has a lot of money. Li Yi emphasized the matter of borrowing money. He was worried that the people would borrow money from others and lose their family property in the end. If he borrowed money from the Li family zhuangzi and couldn't pay it back, the Li family zhuangzi would send people to check on the situation. Was it intentional or was it caused by objective reasons? The former had to be dealt with. The latter had to find a way to borrow more money and teach him to slowly pay it back when he earned money. Chapter 1640. I've already ordered someone to write it down. It's easy to understand. Bring it with you when you go back. Those who are literate can't understand it. Ask the local officials. Li Longji looked at the palace maids and eunuchs, scribbling notes around him. He spoke to the people and also to Li Yi. He realized that his son-in-law really loved the people as if they were his own children. Usually when he asked for advice, he would never repeat himself. At first, he would talk about how important the docks were in the future. Then he would talk about the specific jobs. Then he would turn around and emphasize how important these jobs were to the docks. Even so, the people were still scratching their heads. Li Yi wished he could go over and count them one by one. Li Yi was indeed anxious. He was not an ordinary Haizhou official. He needed to teach the people well in order to earn more lifespan. Even without the bonus of lifespan with his current status, he still wanted to lead the Tang dynasty and look down on the world. It was fine if the people were stupid. He could teach them slowly. Zhang Juling ran over and whispered to the people that he was good to them. Eat something. There's no hurry. Stay for 2 more days. Li Yi said he was tired. He went to get a bowl of soup. He was tired mentally. Li Dongzhu, get us some soup too. A familiar voice sounded. Guizi and a group of winged knights led a group of beautiful women in swimsuits over. The women looked tired. They wore swimming caps and walked slowly. The others did not respond. Some people lowered their heads. Their legs were so long. Why did they wear clothes like that? Do you need oxygen? Li Yi nodded and gestured for them to get the soup. This group of women was strictly selected to protect Princess Yongmu and other important women in the future. They were members of the female special operations team. Those who were big and burly were too conspicuous and easy to be targeted. They were chosen to be beautiful now. When the time came, they would dress up and look weak. It was deceiving. No need. Just take it easy. Guizi waved his hand. It was not that bad yet. The women took the soup bowls. Their hands were trembling. They blew on the bowl and breathed in the hot air. They did not want to eat. They wanted to vomit. Unfortunately, there was no food in their stomachs. They vomited water when they went ashore. Some of them were daughters of guilty officials and lived in the Yeding Palace for the rest of their lives. Their status was low. He would give them a chance. Once they passed the test and were left behind, not only would they be able to escape, but their family's crimes would also be reduced. Their mother would not have to continue staying there. If there were any imprisoned or exiled fathers, they would be given a chance to turn over a new leaf. The other part was the palace maids who made mistakes. They were always bullied and had to do the most tiring work. What did that count for? Even if he died from exhaustion, it was still better than going back. Once he endured it, he would be a world away from being by Princess Yongmu's side in the future. Li Yi put down the bowl, took out a stethoscope from his big pocket, and listened to them one by one. Some commoners swallowed their saliva, but they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Li Yi. After listening for a round, Li Yi put away the stethoscope. After drinking the soup, put a lozenge in your mouth. Gastric acid burns your throat. If you don't treat it, your throat will become hoarse. You have to keep your voices soft and sweet. Thank you, Dongzhu. Thank you, Dongzhu. The women thanked him one after another. 8 tall and burly women stood expressionlessly around Princess Yongmu. They didn't think that they would be replaced. They were tall and strong. They usually played with stone locks and swung emo swords. Li Yi glanced at the 8 of them and nodded slightly. His meaning was to rest assured that they were important. He admitted that these seemingly weak women still couldn't beat these 8 people after training. They weren't in the same weight class. However, no one stipulated that killing must be done with fists and feet. There were weapons. For example, hiding a dagger in the handle of a fan, wrapping lime in a silk handkerchief, pulling out a steel wire from a wristband, stuffing a grenade in the crotch of one's trousers. Oh, the last one wasn't there. He deleted it. Large pieces of whale meat were taken away to be made into sausages. The villagers hadn't eaten whale meat yet. Fish oil needed to be boiled in a big pot. The residue was fed to the animals. There was little salt. It wasn't healthy for people to eat it, and they didn't lack the residue. If it was when they couldn't eat the oil, they would eat it. Now that they knew they would get a stomachache, who would eat it? They didn't even want it. The people of Haijiu who had never eaten garlic chili sauce realized that they liked this crepe. It was delicious. There was also soup. It actually used the green pulp inside the watermelon skin. There was a little red pulp on top. The watermelons here were ripe early. When they got home, the watermelons at home should be ripe. They could also use the skin inside to make soup. Li Dongju is the stuff in the watermelon skin, soup scraped out after someone finished eating the watermelon. Someone wanted to ask about the preparation process. After eating the watermelon, the top layer is scraped off. The bottom layer is used to make soup or salad. However, this is a fruit plate made with the red pulp cut off with a knife. No one eats it. Leave a little red pulp. It looks good and has a sweet taste. There's no need to add sugar in the soup. It's cooling and cooling. Li Yi gestured. He didn't mention the use of a bamboo knife when dealing with fruits and vegetables. He didn't want to burden others. For example, when cutting green onions, the taste was different from when it was cut with a bamboo knife or a ceramic knife. How much salt? A person beside him asked. This, a watermelon weighing 6 caddies. Cut off the skin and put a watermelon's worth of water. Then a tail of salt. When you eat it, you find it bland. Add salt yourself. Li Yi was worried. Don't you know how much salt you usually put in your soup? Doesn't the amount of salt depend on how much water is added? Many thanks, Owner Li. The other party remembered it and added a little salt first. He would add it after it was diluted. Speaking of this, let's take note. There are 2 new stalls in the south of the city, one in the east and one in the west. All kinds of dishes are cut and displayed. If someone wants to buy, wash, cut, add seasoning, and prepare the ingredients separately, the price is 20% higher than the cost of the materials. If someone wants to eat barbecue, the price is increased by 50%. Li Yi suddenly thought of his convenience dishes. Others had prepared them for him, and he followed the steps at home. Many people were not willing to cut and wash the dishes. They wanted to do it themselves, but they didn't know how, so they bought it. Usually, after buying a few times, they would know how to cook the same dish. The other situation was when they bought the ingredients. They cannot buy too little. If they buy too much, it would be a waste and could be used as supplementary ingredients. Remember one more thing. Allow others to bring in vegetables for processing. When they buy vegetables, we will process them and charge them a processing fee. When the price is increased by 5%, the price will be increased by 100% if it uses more oil, such as oiled eggplants. Li Yi thought of another method. This way, people who do not cook and want to save money and entertain guests at home could choose to do so. Old Lu, you actually have such a good idea. If we go to your house for meals in the future, we can also... Bai Gu said to Lu Huaishan, I have shares in heaven on earth, and it will not cost me anything to eat at my house. Furthermore, you know how to write poems to ask Xiao Yi for things, right? Lu Huaishan looked at Feng Yu in disdain. Why must they go to his house? Can't the gathering be held in Zhuangzi? Let me give you an example. What do you think, old Yao? Bai Gu asked Yao Chong. The bridge is fixed and my house is close to Zhuangzi. I will ask my men to get it from Zhuangzi. There's no need to travel so far to the south of the city. Yao Chong also did not agree. Why must you spend money when there is free food? Xiao Yi, did you see that? You are all like this. Bai Gu looked for Li Yi to talk to him. Oh, Bai, you are the best. When your normal teeth fall out, I will fix them for you. What else can Li Yi say? Chapter 1641. After the people finished eating, they were led to bathe. They were currently in a state of excitement. After bathing and relaxing, they would find a comfortable place to sleep and sleep soundly. At night, they would be woken up to drink beer and eat barbecue together. After the whale skin and whale bones were transported away, Li Yi put down the empty soup bowl. In the future, set up a special whaling fleet to catch sharks and whales. Li Yi chose to support animal protection and the people of the Tang dynasty. There was no shortage of meat in the Guangzhou area. The people of Hebei and Hunan provinces still couldn't eat meat. The whaling fleet was a part-time job. If they encountered whales, they would catch cod, herring, and mackerel. As long as the logistics were smooth, the salty dried fish could be steamed or fried. For example, the Mingtai fish of the cod family was dried in the shade. It was very hard and could be eaten with stones or hammers. It could be eaten as a side dish or as a child snack. In his time in the Northeast, there were many such things. It was cold and raw, but it didn't feel raw when eaten. It required a processing procedure, rolling. This was simple. Cotton could be pressed to remove seeds, not to mention fish. Li Lang is a steam engine fleet, right? Princess Yongmu said as she took out a handful of hazelnuts from her pocket. She divided some between her hands and patted hard. Some of the hazelnuts were broken. She picked up a hazelnut kernel and fed it to Li Yi. Brother Yi, let's go back and eat fennel beans and drink. Li Longji turned his head and didn't look at the hazelnuts. He stepped on the scooter and pedaled away. Let's go. Li Yi chewed on the hazelnuts and called out to everyone. The afternoon sun shone into the room through the glass window. Some time was added to the wheat bran pillows. The people from Haizhou slept soundly. There were no other sounds around, just like when children were taking a nap, no one was allowed to talk. When the sun moved to the west and the light left the body, slight changes in the body began to become obvious under the influence of the biological clock. When someone spoke next to them, the voice and content would enter the dream. The moment they woke up, they heard a long voice that was slowed down by at least 2 times. Generally speaking, when the probability of ghost pressure was highest, the nerve reaction speed was fast and the body couldn't keep up. The sound he heard had slowed down, which proved that his thinking speed was fast. At this time, he clearly felt that he was awake, but he couldn't move. Therefore, when Zhuangzi's child was taking an afternoon nap, he did not allow the people around him to make any noise. When the child's physiology was balanced, he woke up naturally and felt very comfortable. If one listened to the elongated voice and woke up in that state, the child's heart would beat faster. The vestibular nerves would be affected, the head would hurt, and there would be an inexplicable sense of irritation. No one disturbed the people of Haizhou. The light and temperature changed again, so they slowly woke up. Someone opened his eyes and revealed a blank expression. The position of the bed was not right. Where was he? Why am I here? After thinking for a while, he finally remembered that he was in the Li family Zhuangzi. Lying down, he turned his head to look elsewhere. He was alone. What time was it? Sitting up from the couch, he was still a little confused. Walking out, the sun outside was still so warm. Looking for someone else? Did he remember how he had walked out before? There was no need for them to look for it. The people monitoring the scene had seen it and arranged for someone to go. Some of the people who hadn't woken up naturally were woken up and gathered together in a daze. Someone asked, "What time?" "A few minutes to 16 o'clock. 4 o'clock in the afternoon." The palace maid gave 3 times at once. She habitually calculated according to the 24-hour system. The next shift was 3 shifts. The 24-hour system was easier to calculate. The 12-hour system was the scale of the clock, so it was necessary to know the time. This sleep, I feel like I slept for a long time. Someone had a contrasting reaction. Before awakening, the mind was extremely active. After waking up, the mind began to slow down. This was a normal phenomenon. The more excited one was, the more tired one would be. The human body needed to adjust itself. Yin and Yang promoted and restrained each other. Extreme heat was cold. A person with a fever had senses. Extreme cold was heat. A person's senses were frozen to death. The other senses were the same. Snow blindness. Relaxation after histamine. Fragrance in the stench. Li Yi was treating a female special operations team member who had muscle spasms in this situation. The other party was too relaxed after fatigue, and most of the muscle groups in her body were spasming. Li Yi injected electrolyte intravenously. He didn't even have time to drip it. In fact, it was fine. It was just that the discomfort took a long time, and then the recovery took a long time. The other nurses used hot towels to massage it. The little girl held the needle box in one hand and began to look for a place to insert it. It's fine. Swimming will mobilize most of the muscle groups in the body. You're working too hard. If you think you're relaxed, it's your nerves that are relaxed. Li Yi hurriedly finished the electrolyte and put on the drip. You'll stop training tomorrow. Yes, all of you stop. Go to Lantian County to soak in the hot springs. Your kind of systemic muscle spasms are generally rare. I've checked you. There's no problem with your cardiovascular system, and your blood oxygen is enough. Adjust your diet. If you exercise, you should take some calcium. The effect is not obvious in a short period of time. After dinner, take a hot bath. There must be someone beside you to watch. Li Yi's voice was gentle. At the same time, he used oral resonance to calm the patient's emotions. Don't be nervous anymore. The female member was not nervous at all. It was just muscle spasms. After she saw Li Yi, she relaxed. She had long been entrusted with the Li family Zhuangzi. If he died so easily, it would be a joke. It was said that in front of Li Dongzhu, even the dead could live for 3 days. He wanted to see if his longevity could be changed. If it couldn't be changed, then he could die. All of them were old, and some of them were seriously injured. Li Dongzhu wanted to talk to the King of Hell to see if it worked. Some of them were obviously dead. After talking, they came back to life. Li family Zhuangzi's children did not die when they gave birth. Because how did the children get their longevity? The King of Hell was wronged, right? Li Dongzhu could not give in. Absolutely not. His was a small problem. It was just muscle spasms. Li Dongzhu did not need to talk to anyone. Li Yi did not know that his existence belonged to the top of the curses department. He found that his member was indeed in good condition. During aerobic training, muscle spasms are the easiest to occur. Don't always fight for first place. In the bodyguard segment, physical strength is not the most important. The key is technique and thinking. The people you protect do not need to fight for a long time. Reaction speed and incident handling skills are important. Li Yi counseled his member. This member always fought for first place. His willpower was too strong. He was already qualified. The bodyguards also had peripheral members. The peripheral members found problems in advance and solved them. Those who were good at fighting did not have outstanding merits. The bodyguards prevented incidents from happening. It was not how good their performance was when it happened, just like how he dealt with the problem of the Tang dynasty. He did not kill everyone he caught. Instead, he made them not dare to move and could only stare. If I don't fight, I am afraid that I will have to go back to Yeding Palace. Someone said that he likes me and wants to. I don't want to. The female member spoke her mind. Okay, I will talk to General Gao. I will see who likes you. You can train as usual. I will tell you in advance that you are staying. Li Yi's expression was calm. His words were still so gentle. Chapter 1642. At night, the water curtain rose and Nanka's everyone performed with the children. In the program, the host focused on the cultivation of the coastal areas, especially Haizhou. Everyone performed for the royal family and did their best. The children needed more training, and it didn't matter if there were problems during the performance. If the children made mistakes, they would blame themselves. If they blamed themselves, they would vent their emotions on the children. Li Yi hoped that the children would have more problems during the performance. The children knew their shortcomings and had enough time to improve. Throw the handkerchief. Gently put it behind the children. Pull the radish, ouch, ouch, pull the radish. Amen. There's a grape tree in front of you. On none, the green field just sprouted. The snail carrying the heavy shell, climbing up step by step. Li Yi copied many children's songs, and everyone helped to choreograph the dance. The children worked hard to perform. I want to take the children home. My children are about the same age. Why can't I compare? Look at the clothes other children wear. Look at your children. You only compare the children. Why don't you compare the fathers? Weren't the children selected? What does it have to do with the fathers? Why wasn't your children selected? If I could live in Chang or the capital, I would also send my children here. Yes, other children's families are in Chang, you can't compare with those who have houses in Chang, and you can't compare with those who bring children from outside to Chang and to find a way to make a living. I heard that someone sold the rented house and brought his family to the capital. Squandering? Don't they want their ancestors? Squandering? The money they earn in half a year can buy a house as big as 5 ancestral houses. If they work for 2 more years and double the money, they can buy the ancestral house back. How can it be like this? It's so unfair. The people of Haijiu ate mutton skewers and chatted. Some people asked about a lot of news. Some people were tempted and wanted to find an opportunity. Some people thought about the days before when they didn't have to worry and felt that it was difficult to choose. They were all eating lamb skewers. In the Tang dynasty, lamb skewers cost 640 grams per catty, and there were 40 skewers per catty of lamb. They were all pierced by small bamboo skewers, which required a high level of roasting skills. If one was not careful, the skewers would break. Especially when the small charcoal was dripping with oil and was on fire, one must always fan them. There was a drawback to fanning, which was that the charcoal ash would get onto the skewers. The other way was to spray water. The shortcoming of spraying water was that the skewers came out slowly and consumed a lot of charcoal. The taste of iron skewers was not as good as bamboo skewers, and iron skewers were more expensive. The tastiest one was made of red willow wood. The thin red willow was the kind that had 10 skewers of 1 catty. It was a pity that no one chose to skewer it. Each skewer was 1 catty or 2 catties. Where there were red willows, it was not so dry. Where there were no red willows, it was impossible. They didn't eat roasted vegetables, only mutton skewers. There was no shortage of vegetables in Haijiu during the current season. Did they come all the way here just to eat vegetables? They don't even eat dried seafood. Isn't it better to eat it by the sea? Li Yi didn't give them big meat skewers because he wanted them to eat more seasonings. Small mutton skewers had a balance between fat and lean. Most people in Li Yi's time didn't like to eat fat food. Now, most people in the Tang dynasty didn't like to eat lean food. I didn't eat lunch. I've been waiting for this meal. Bai Gu was always so active. He believed in Taoism, so he was more natural and easygoing. He always liked to argue with Li Yi or think of ways to cheat Li Yi of his money, although he had never succeeded. Li Yi gave him a different feeling from the first time they met. That easygoing, casual, and carefree attitude made him accept Taoism from the bottom of his heart. When you went to see the whale meet after breakfast, you secretly took a jianbing before you left. You didn't eat lunch, so you ate a braised pig trotter. Li Yi didn't show any mercy. He watched Bai Gu leave with a jianbing. He didn't eat lunch at noon. He drank beer and ate fennel beans before. He went to arrange the barbecue at noon and saw Bai Gu holding a pig trotter and eating it. The jianbing was eaten by a kid who came looking for it on the way. It's half a pig trotter, not a whole one. I'll leave some space in my stomach for the skewers. Flip the garlic. Garlic. Bai Gu didn't care about what Li Yi said. He pointed at a skewer of roasted garlic anxiously. Here, you can eat it. Li Yi took the roasted garlic and put it on the plate in front of Bai Gu. Li Yi, the advantage of the family lies in the grasp of the situation and individual cultivation. If you can't solve this problem, you can't get rid of the family's influence. There was only a skewer of lamb, trotter tendons in front of Lu Chong. He wasn't in a hurry to eat it, even though it was noon. He knew the family very well. He was poisoned, and the other party was punished. The reason he could live was all because of Li Yi. If Li Yi didn't arrange it in advance, he would be dead. Regarding this matter, let's lower our position and look at the people around us. This is called the law of the jungle. We can complain about the strong and hate the officials and the rich. We can also criticize the weak and blame the victims. In the case where we can't overthrow the regime, we can only try to climb to a high position to influence and change the direction and mode of a regime. Li Yi first discussed the structure of social rights and summarized. If no one objected, there was nothing wrong with it. Li Yi had climbed up this way. In our position, we shouldn't hate anyone, and we shouldn't criticize the weak. We have to control. Some people are stupid, which means that we don't teach them well. Some people are lazy, which means that we don't teach them well. Some people are at a loss, which means that we don't teach them well. If you're at a high position in the imperial court, you might as well be a small official. Your current position is too high, and it's not suitable for you. The advantage of the imperial court lies in the system. It faces the people of the Tang dynasty and uses far more power than the clans. Just treat the clans as a slightly better school of the Tang dynasty. There are so many clans. Whichever disciple is capable and sincere for the Tang dynasty will be put in an important position. Soldiers and money. Whoever controls them will control the world. Aristocratic clans? Haha. The imperial court is as high as raising fish and sheep. Those who benefit from it, help them. Those who harm them, get rid of them. Li Yi didn't take those aristocratic clans seriously at all. I'm a fish farmer. Why would I care about the fish in the pond? If the fish production is delayed, I'll fish out the bad fish and eat it. I've learned something. Lu Chong was impressed. He was studying the interests of the clans, while Li Yi chose to suppress him. Xiao Yi, you're spreading the news in Haizhou. Aren't you afraid that the aristocratic clans will buy land and shops and monopolize them? Yao Chong listened to Lu Chong and Li Yi's words and heard the loudspeaker on the water screen talking about how good Haizhou would be in the future. He felt that others would take advantage of the loopholes. When we went out last winter, we already gave them benefits. We let them spend money to build places and profit from it. Li Yi mentioned the previous matter. The people had no money and didn't know how to manage things. Others had money and could help develop places. It was normal to make profits and collect taxes from them. As for the people, they had to sign labor contracts in the Tang dynasty. Buying slaves was different from hiring tenants. It was fine to find a reason to beat a slave to death, but if they couldn't be hired, they couldn't even beat them. Chapter 1643. Sai. Yao Chong understood that Li Yi was full of evil tricks. Traveling together in winter was a scheme against others. If those big families built their own places honestly, they would get the profits they deserved. If someone was disobedient and wanted to cause trouble, there would be problems in the operation of the industry. It was just a matter of whether it was big or small. You caught a small problem and punished it with a big one. All of a sudden, all of your profits and capital will be returned. You have even arrested the person. Just like the people who were hired to work, there was sand in their food. Was this a big or small matter? If it was a small matter, it was normal. Who couldn't eat sand in their food? There was even meat in the food. If it was a big matter, it was called abusing the people. Abusing the people of the Tang dynasty. Investigate. Once they investigated, they would definitely find out all the bad things in the whole family. Even if it was all in the past, they would dig up the old debts. Obviously, Haizhou was a trap. Old Yao, you have 3 sons. Don't you want to buy a shop to make some extra money? Li Yi asked with a concerned look. My 3 unfilial sons made many mistakes in the past. Now, they have turned over a new leaf and are willing to work hard for the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. Yao Chong refused. My sons have old debts and don't want the money. If I really want to make money, make clean money, I'm asking you. Help me think of a business. Who hasn't been young and frivolous? What about you guys? Li Yi looked a little regretful and asked the others. We are already like this. Don't be like that. What do you want? Lu Huaishan sighed and said in a sad tone. Yes, old Lu is right. Those who join the group are on our side. Xiao, if you have something to say, just say it. Lu Youqiu gestured to Li Yi to pass the skewers. That's true. Who would jump in? No, who would help the place develop? Li Yi handed over a skewer of pork ribs. This is good. There are brittle bones in the pork ribs. You can't cut much out of a sheep. Li Yi also reached out his hand. They had Li Yi to take care of their teeth. They had good teeth and could eat brittle bones and tendons. At worst, they could bite their teeth until they broke. Some time ago, there are two groups that went to the same place. I sent people to investigate, but the place was very messy. How did the patrolling people? Li Yi began to talk about the Li family Zhuangzi's complaint about the 16-year-old adult who had no shoes to wear. That kid was currently using a straw sandal weaving machine to make straw sandals for money. Tell us the situation and we'll take care of it. Recently, our subordinates have been slacking off. Kill them if you need to. Yin Xijin's expression was solemn. Another situation had occurred, which meant that she and the imperial court's personnel had not investigated that place thoroughly. Li Longji turned to look at Gao Lisher, who nodded vigorously. Old song, this skewer of lamb kidney is for you. Li Yi seemed to have forgotten what he had just said. He handed Song Jing a lamb kidney that had been cut in half. Song Jing hesitantly took it. Everything's fine in the secretariat, right? I don't know. I'm not the head of the secretariat. If you want to talk about things, Guangzhou's Department of Shipping is really good. Along the coast, the roads have also been built, just like the unfinished railway. Li Yi raised his wine cup and praised Guangzhou's trade. Yes, Haizhou needs a department of shipping. Let's write first and set up the framework. Song Jing took a bite of the lamb kidney after he finished speaking. How big of a deal was this? This was scary. This eggplant is done. I'll do it myself. Su Yi took the initiative to take the eggplant to eat, not daring to let Li Yi pass it to him. This eggplant has a lot of minced garlic, so it won't be spicy after it's cooked. Li Yi added. Su Yi's hand trembled, and the eggplant fell to the ground. But what needs to be done at the border? The border is stable, especially around the source of the Yellow River. In the past, the local tribes controlled by Fu Qian mostly ate sheep meat, sheep milk, and highland barley regardless of winter or summer. This year, they will be planting a lot of things. I remember that the local ghee and cheese have a long shelf life and are nutritious. It's not good for the locals to eat too much. They have to drink fermented tea. The Li family Zhuangzi's green tea is slightly less effective. The Li family Zhuangzi can accept it, and the trading team of Yu Huaid and shopkeeper, you can also accept it. This shows that there are profits to be made. However, it's always circulated among the people. Li Yi mentioned the good stuff at the border. The locals use the milk of yaks and sheep to make ghee and cheese. It was delicious. It's really good to eat it. It just so happens that the Ministry of War has extra money to buy it for the soldiers, the people of the 16th Guard. Su Yi understood. It needed to be upgraded to the level of official purchases to support the locals to make money. The funds he had on hand were wasted. Originally, he wanted to clean up the warehouse to see what armor he needed to buy. I just remembered that they have pressure cookers. There are too many salted fish by the sea. Cut off the head, put salt on it, and air dry it. It's more fragrant after steaming it in the pressure cooker. Li Yi talked about food again. Yes. When you go over, bring some things. Say it's to buy ghee and cheese, but in fact it's to exchange. You can earn more. Su Yi said gratefully. He only considered spending money to ship the goods to increase his income. He would have money to make armor. The Tang dynasty didn't only have two positions that needed troops. There was also the Zhouchong house. In case there was a battle, he had to equip them with armor. He didn't need to check to know that the local Zhouchong house had insufficient inventory. There was serious corruption. Although it was serious, he had to take some time to clean up and equip them with weapons. The soldiers of the Zhouchong house didn't have enough weapons. Dealing with people wasn't a problem. The key was to solve the actual problem. Leather and steel were cheap now. It was just right to make a batch. He didn't need to give guns first. He didn't have enough. He would give them to the 16th Guard the recruits and the wing knights first. In addition, guns weren't enough. They needed more training. The production of bullets couldn't supply the other Zhochong houses. Sui pondered. The eggplant in front of him was no longer fragrant. He should have thought about it long ago. Why did he need Li Yi to remind him? He would go back and tell his subordinates to be smarter and smarter. They had to dare to speak and think. They had to keep up with the times. What's suitable for me to eat? Zhang Jiling looked at the situation in front of him. Li Yi was starting again. He didn't need to take the things and just ask directly. I'll give you a front hoof. Eat it. Li Yi took the food over. Zhang Jiling took it. Wait, it's my turn. What should I say? Li Yi turned back. Wen Tian and I will go to Drunken Immortal House tomorrow. We'll stay for 2 days. There shouldn't be anything to do in the court. I won't leave the box. He told Li Longji not to go out. Otherwise, who would want to carry a group of old men? 2 days is fine. Li Longji thought that time was short. It's just words. Let the noble ladies soak in the hot springs. I also have work. 3 to 5 days, 10 to 8 days, it's all for this. Li Yi made it clear that it wasn't just 2 days. What's the matter? Bai Gu didn't want to let Li Yi go out for 10 days to half a month. Last time, when we were eating on the roof, Zhang's son Xian came over to clean up the floor. I invested in it and took a large share. Shouldn't I take a look? Li Yi reminded them. Did they forget so quickly? I remember. Zhang's son Xian asked you about the method. You said that you would get back your capital in 10 years. You participated in it. You made money back then and didn't pay taxes. Bai Gu had a deep impression. He was taught a lesson again. How could he forget such a thing? If he wasn't taught a lesson often, it would be etched in his bones. It was just a small trick. The key was that it was beneficial to the country and the people. There's no tax in one aspect, but the people's income increases and their purchasing power increases. Won't the taxes in other aspects come? Li Yi comforted Bai Gu. From a macro perspective, there were taxes. Chapter 1644. The performance continued. The people from Haizhou were also amazed by the Nanda family from the Japanese Empire a few days ago. The difference was that the Nanda family felt sad when they watched the performance. The prosperity of Chang and had nothing to do with them. The people of Haizhou were happy when they saw that the performance was good. Their own Chang and still needed to be connected by train. Li Dongzhu helped them think of a way. If they had a good life in Haizhou, they could take the train to Chang and at any time. At the same time, they could sell the specialties of Haizhou and buy anything good in Chang. The people of Chang and also looked forward to it. Some people had never left Chang and in their lives, not to mention the governor's office. As for what the sea looked like, they had only seen the introduction and simple pictures in the newspaper. Only by watching the performance on the water screen could they see the image of the turbulent sea and the sky. After the railway was repaired, there would be a train. They could take a few days to take a look. It was said that they could find seafood on the beach, and it was free. The people from other countries looked at the water screen and listened to the introduction. They yearned for it. They could only yearn for it. They couldn't do it in their own country. The railway was made of good steel. A long strip of steel could be brought back and they would become rich immediately. They could find a way to heat the steel red and cut off a little bit. How many things could they exchange for a steel knife? Can we steal it? Boxy was greedy again. The steel of the railway was very expensive. He didn't have it in his tubo. We can't carry it with few people. If we have too many people, we will be discovered. Isinba shook his head. He didn't know how heavy the railway was. But look, it was so big and long. Dozens of people were picking it at the same time. Hey. How could they transport it after stealing it? What if we put something on the railway and then the train overturns when it passes? Boxy saw that he couldn't get any benefits and wanted to play dirty. It will exterminate the whole family. You forced Li Yi to fly over and kill people personally? Isimba was considering whether he should kill Boxy now. He doesn't know who did it. It's sneaky. Boxy was still thinking about the possibilities. He doesn't need to know who did it. If something happens, he will arrest all the people he suspects and torture them. No matter how good he is at saving people, how cruel his torture is. Anyway, I can't take it. Isinbo was afraid. What would it be like if Li Yi were to disembowel someone and use torture on them? He can be quite unreasonable sometimes, said Burberry, shaking off the idea that he ought not to have. Li Lang, I just heard from the palace made that someone was worried that a rock would appear on the road and cause the carriage to overturn. Princess Yongmu was roasting lamb brisket with Xiaolan, the little girl, and the little fellow. The little fellow was also here. He couldn't eat lamb brisket because his teeth were bad. Unless it was cooked and roasted, the lamb brisket would be cooked in advance and then processed. He loved to eat sheep's tail with the bones shaved off. He also liked to eat the meat of sheep's hooves. The tendons of the hooves were also soft when they were warm. He had been studying recently. Actually, at his age, he didn't need to study. He just needed to play. Play more with building blocks. Exercise more, sing more, recognize more things, play with sand, swim. Make mud. It was pointless for him to memorize an article to train both sides of his brain through sports and play. Whatever he came into contact with, he would naturally learn it. When he played with the other children said that they would bring 5 small wooden sticks. The little fellow knew which wooden stick it was. 5, count out. The child got it and found that it wasn't enough. He got 8, still short. The little fellow ran to get more. He got 5, needed 8. How many were left? He had to count 3, even if he counted with his fingers. If he was tested, he would ask, what was 5 plus 3? The little fellow would think hard and say it was 6. He couldn't say why it was 6. Then the wooden stick needed 8. If he took 5, why was he still short 3? He would tell you, 5 plus 3 equals 8. Why were you so stupid? Children's abilities in pure logic and mathematics were poor, except for geniuses. More specifically, they had to be exposed to more computing environments. For example, the children of people who sold vegetables at stalls. Their mathematics was better. They wanted to calculate weight. A weight was 58 yuan. How much was 2 pounds and 3 ounces? The child opened his mouth and said, 3 yuan and 7 ounces. I'll count it as 3 yuan and 7 ounces. Li Yi tried his best to come up with a bunch of games that involved mathematics, as well as exercises to memorize things and children's songs. The little fellow wanted to learn other things. His environment was like this. The great scholars couldn't come into contact with him. The children in Zhuangzi learned and played, and he followed and recited. When they played the merry-go-round, others shouted, but he didn't know how to do it. He didn't have anything to do tonight. He went to perform a show first. He ran over mainly to look for Sister Qingdai. You sang so well just now. Li Yi didn't ask about the little fellow's learning, unless the little fellow said it himself. He praised the little fellow's performance. No, I'm worse than them. They study better than me. Some of them finished memorizing the Analects of Confucius half a year later than me. I didn't even memorize 1/5 of it. The little fellow was realistic. He didn't care how much he was worse than others in a certain aspect. He was good in other aspects. We're going to Lantian County tomorrow. Are you going? Li Yi wanted to kidnap his child. Is it drunken immortal residence? I'll find Sun and Qian to play with. The little fellow didn't love his parents or the bed. He was willing to play with Li Yi and Princess Yongmu. He was especially close to Li Yi. Prepare some new toys and delicious food. Li Yi didn't say who he could meet on purpose. Okay, I'll give them to the 2 of them. The little fellow understood. It meant that he was good in this aspect. Brother Gua, are you going? Brother Gua had a small cut on his hand 2 days ago. I applied medicine for him and tied it with gauze. It doesn't hurt anymore. You can't blow on it. Blowing on it is a lie. It's useless. The little fellow finally understood. He used to blow on others, but they still felt pain. Go. Guazi appeared behind him like a ghost. That's great. Brother Guo will give you something to eat. Let me tell you, the little fellow happily pulled Guo Zi away to whisper to him. Li Yi used a brush to brush some oil on the lamb brisket skewers. Roast it for a while more. There will be something in front of the train to push away all the small things. If we put a very big stone in the middle of the railway, it's definitely man-made. We'll install glass in the cab of the train. You can smell the glass from the tranquil orchid pavilion and have binoculars. A group of 4 people will be on the lookout. Each person will be on duty for 20 minutes. If someone is negligent and makes a mistake, the whole group will overturn and their whole family will die. Li Yi knew about the problems of the railway. He had stolen the tracks before. They were all parts of the railway that couldn't be operated. One was the section that was eliminated, and the other was the section that wasn't open to traffic. What does it have to do with the family? The little girl ate the roasted garlic. Before her operation, it wasn't suitable for her to eat too much oily food at night. For example, if the family is controlled and asked to turn a blind eye, they would rather die for the family. If they tell them in advance that if something happens, the whole family will die, they can only choose to report to the authorities and report to the Li family Zhuangzi. I have the ability to save them. If I can't save them, I will avenge them. Li Yi had a plan. The purpose was to tell other people or organizations that wanted to kidnap the family in the cab that their methods were useless. Chapter 1645. Early in the morning. There was no dew on the grass, but the morning glow was gorgeous. The yacht passed through the gap of the dismantled arch bridge to the other side, heading towards Lantian County. On land, there were groups of cavalry rushing ahead, so there were more people today. Li Dan and noble consort Lu accompanied them. They wanted to go for a stroll, and the little girl happened to be with her grandparents. They added extra palace maids and eunuchs, not to soak in the hot springs, but to ride on the yacht. The boat oars the river, the ship's new sailing day, casting a net to fish and crabs at dawn, hoeing wheat at night. The morning glow flows through the clouds. The surging waves meet on the proud shore. Don't let the people be sad. Chang and Ba River Li Jiagong. Meng Haoren and his family wanted to return to Lantian County, so they took Li Yi's yacht. He stood at the bow and talked to Li Yi mainly because Li Yi taught him political economy. As he spoke, he improvised a poem. Li Yi's face turned red. Don't praise me, I can't stand it. If you want to ride my boat in the future, just say the word, the new oil is out. You don't need to exchange your life for it. Meng Haoren waited for a moment, but no one responded. There was a group of people around, including his wife. Meng Haoren's wife was embarrassed to praise her husband, but the others didn't feel anything. Princess Yongmu was here, and she could also write. She couldn't praise other men in front of Li Lang, right? Hard and soft, I just wrote, and it's still acceptable. Meng Haoren was depressed. Good. Very good. You wrote about the tension and clamor of 2 armies facing each other. Ship to ship, fish to fish, shrimp to wheat rice, wind and rain to rush the waves slapping the shore. Good, that. I also have a poem. Li Yi's mind wandered. He had been considering whether or not he could set up a net cage on both sides of the Ba River. His first condition was to ensure navigation. There was no need to raise fish. The capital had a water net, so raising shrimp was more suitable. There were also river crabs, which tasted fresh. Being praised, he wasn't prepared, so he had to bite the bullet and say it. Meng Haoren was satisfied. He cupped his hands and listened. It's not just the sky that's red chasing in the distant dream MOI. I'm willing to let my heart fly far away, say something that doesn't make sense to you. So it became a poem. 5,000 years of pride in the crowd's adulation. Let's taste it like wine. Li Yi said and lowered his head. Meng Haoren. Everyone. Tears welled up in Princess Yongmu's eyes as she looked at Li Yi in disbelief. Then her gaze became firm. Xiaolon held her hand and nodded encouragingly. I'm just like you. Li Lang is probably sick today. Gang Ro, what are you writing? What about Union? Mang Howren couldn't take it anymore and couldn't help but ask. You don't even want your face anymore. Why do you still want your charms? Can't it just write poems? Li Yi grumbled. He wasn't complaining about Mang Howren. Mang Howren was quite serious about being an official now. He had a wife and children to take care of. It wasn't up to him to comment on literary talent. They were chatting, and suddenly he threw 7 lines at you. It was very casual. Li Lang, I have something to discuss with you. Princess Yongmu took the opportunity to speak. Okay, wait for me to write a poem. I'll go with you. Together with the emperor. The words are sincere. Jade is warm and cool. Jade is cold and warm. The people's livelihood is of 2. Politics is of the same origin. If it is hard to be an official, resign and admit mediocrity. Li Yi replied with 5 lines. Mang Howren was rural. He asked about politics. It wasn't that he didn't know how to be rural. He could do any style. Then he pulled Princess Yongmu's hand into the captain's room. Discuss. It was guaranteed to be important. Princess Yongmu, she wanted to say to Li Lang, I think you're not in a good state, so I'm helping you out. You can fight back. Isn't it better for us to be on top? There was no one else in the captain's room. What's the matter? Li Yi asked with concern. Princess Yongmu suddenly laughed. Li Lang, someone said that when it's going to rain, a woman's mouth is sweet. That, it's not just the sky that's red. It's far away. What does hard and soft mean? Mang Howren, who was outside on the deck, was confused. He didn't know that Li Yi was mocking him. He was very confused. When he thought about what Li Yi said, he felt like vomiting. Lang Jun, the 5 lines at the back, Li Dongzhu at the front, is joking. Han Xiangka quickly advised. He didn't want his Lang Jun to fall for it. Yes, hard and soft means to be an official. It's better than complaining about the hardships of being an official. Whether the people's opinions of the imperial court are good or bad, it all depends on us officials. Mang Howren didn't want to think about this nonsense. Even a song had to have a rhyme. What was this nonsense? The noble ladies on the yacht were going crazy. It was the first time they were on such a beautiful boat. There was even a place to swim. What were the things in the rooms? Was there a shower that would run when you pressed the button? Was there a big bathtub that you had to wade in the water again and again? When you went to the toilet, there was water spraying out and steam coming out. It felt like you had to wash first and then blow dry yourself. If you said this outside, would people believe you? Li Dongzhu went out to sea with Princess Yongmu. This is the boat. Yes, when I heard about it, I thought it would be hard. I didn't know it was like this. I saw fruits in a box that was emitting cold air. There was writing on the double-door refrigerator. It looked like paper pasted on it. A little thing asked me if I wanted to change the air. I said yes, and there was a breeze in the room. Me too. She asked me how much temperature I needed. I said the temperature of ice. She said no, it could only be adjusted between 20 and 30. Then she said the most suitable temperature now is 23. It's hot outside, so I said 23. It's very cool. A group of rich ladies suddenly became people who had not seen the world. The normal service on the yacht scared them. So Xiao Yi's yacht is like this. It's really good to exchange one's life for something good. Noble consort Lu sat there eating iced watermelon sent by the little robot. Her heart ached. She treated Li Yi as her own child. He can make up for it. Don't worry. The better the life of the people of the Tang dynasty, the more he can make up for it. The means of immortals are indeed extraordinary. Li Dan was drinking tea. The goji berry and chrysanthemum tea was also sent by the little robot. Different from the little robot that delivered the fruit, the one that delivered the tea did not leave. It stayed there with a teapot on its head. Yes, the little robot echoed at this time. It would say the same thing no matter what you said. Are you from the Immortal Palace? Do you have a salary? Li Dan was curious and communicated with it. I pay the electricity bill. The smart robot understood what a salary was and answered. Oh, so you also use electricity? Li Dan knew this. He lived in Li family Zhuangzi and had many electrical appliances. Can you fly? Can you ride the clouds? Li Dan asked again. Down to earth and hard work. Only then can you be as free as a kite. The wind is strong, and you can soar in adversity. My dream is to fly. The robot answered according to the routine. It did not know anything else. I see. Li Dan was enlightened. It was good to communicate with the robot. It's going to rain today. Do you still want to fly? Li Dan found it interesting and continued to ask. Let the storm come fiercer. The robot instantly found the words to respond. Chapter 1646. The speed of the yacht was controlled at about 5 or 6 knots. They were afraid of hitting other small boats in the inland river. There were many small fishing boats in the Bar River. They cast their spinning nets. Usually there were only husband and wife on the fishing boats. There were no children to help, so they were all sent to school. Bamboo hats and raincoats were placed in the boat. Life jackets, made of bamboo, were worn on the body. It would rain today, so there was no dew. The morning glow was charming. Under normal circumstances, the air pressure was low. Fish walked up from the bottom of the water. The holes in the spinning nets were big, so small fish were not wanted. When the air pressure was normal, small holes were used to catch fish that could not grow. When the fish were caught, the quantity was enough. They rowed the boat to the Li family Zhuangzi and sold them. The price of the fish in the Li family Zhuangzi was 5% to 10% lower than the price in the east and west of Chang'an. The fishermen were still willing to sell to the Li family Zhuangzi. They did not need to bring the fish to sell. It saved time. After selling a batch, they could get another batch later. Li Dongzhu, do you want fish? I just caught a net. It's free. A fishing boat in front of them saw the yacht and shouted. Li Yi pulled the blushing princess Yongmu to the deck and shouted back, Sell Zhuangzi. I don't want it now. Li Dongzhu, do you want snails? I have half a basket. It's free. Another person with a long pole net shouted. Wait a minute. Stop the boat. Li Yi wanted to eat spicy fried snails. He wanted to give them to the noble women. The boat stopped and a rope was thrown over. The other person tied the basket and the eunuchs pulled it to the deck. With a splash, the basket was poured into a big basin filled with light salt water. The eunuchs waited for the mud to be spat out. They put 200 pieces of fermented bean curd into the basin and gave it to the eunuchs. I said it's free. The person who caught the snails was embarrassed when he saw the thing. You didn't pay. Li Yi shouted. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. I'll catch another basket and send it to Zhuangzi. The person who caught the snails was happy. A jar of fermented bean curd could be eaten for many days. All right. Li Yi waved his hand, and the boat continued to move forward. The other party would still pay to send Zhuangzi back to the village. Li Lang, it's enough for a meal. Princess Yongmu looked at the snail and said. The water temperature changed, but the snail didn't show its head. After waiting for a while, the snail would start to spit out things. It could not be eaten raw, as there would definitely be parasites. The sky darkened and a gust of wind blew. It's still raining heavily, he thought. Which of the people in the county doesn't have a good house? Mang Hauran looked up at the sky, thinking about the situation of the people. As the deputy county magistrate, he and Wang Wei had already walked around the entire Lantian County, helping other people's children name and give them characters. Those who made it in time for the wedding did not pay. Instead, they wrote wedding couplets and attended the wedding banquet. The people were happy and thought that the 2 deputy county magistrates were high-ranking officials. They didn't know how much Wang Wei and Mang Hauran's handwriting would be worth in the future. As long as the 2 of them did their jobs well, they would be promoted higher and higher. Li Yi would help them publish a poetry collection and a painting collection. The amount of couplets they would receive would be enough to buy a house. There's a row of houses in the south of Liangpa village. It's the main house of an old cripple's family in the 16th courtyard. He said that there was muddy water in the house when it rained last time. Han, Shunka, thought of a family. This should have been written into the work schedule before I went to Chang. It should have been fixed long ago. Meng Haoran believed in the efficiency of the yamen. A small official without an official position was responsible for this kind of thing. The small official would keep an eye on it and look for the village head. The village had the funds to fix it. The village head would keep the accounts and report to the county yamen. He would tell them the balance of the funds and how to use it. Otherwise, the village head would send people to fix it themselves. They had the public funds, so they had to use this money. The small official's efficiency was proportional to his income. Lantian County had a lot of money, so the small official's salary was higher than the previous officials. If there were a few problems, he would be fired directly. Where could he find such a good job? It was fixed the day before yesterday. If there was a leak in the heavy rain today, your bonus will be deducted. In the Angpa village of Lantian County, the small official in charge of this matter blamed the village head. Chinemo, 200 tiles were scraped. The report has to be rewritten. The original money was not enough. It was not a leak. It was fine after 2 days. Chinemo felt wronged. It was said that there was a problem in one place. In the end, when the tiles were lifted, the mud below was washed away. Not many people could go up the house at one time. 2 people were in charge of scraping the tiles. There was no space left. It was a work of skill. It was easy to fool. 1 person would do it for half a day. 2 people were at the top, and the other 2 were at the bottom. They worked for 2 whole days. Chinemo said as he walked out. The small official followed him. "Where are you going?" "Find a straw curtain to cover it. What if it really leaks?" Chinemo muttered angrily and quickened his pace. When he found the straw curtain, there was already something on top of the house. It was a straw curtain and linoleum paper. "Inspector Zhang Sun, you're here?" Chinemo knew the situation when he saw him. Zhang Sun Xian stood outside the courtyard and looked up at the house. The gravel ground next to it is too permeable. I got some linoleum paper and dug a hole to store the water. When I was about to go back, I heard that the house had just scraped the tiles and there was leftover linoleum paper. Keep it well after the rain. I still need it. Don't use it as firewood. Zhang Sun Xian explained briefly. He was working with Li Yi and was busy looking at the ground all day. Wherever he encountered a situation, he would find a way to solve it. He was addicted to doing good deeds. He didn't even go to the political affairs hall when he was asked to. It was boring. Even if he became the chancellor, would he keep his word? It was far better to stay in Lantian County. There was money to be made, and the smiles of the people were there. Most importantly, his wife's belly was getting bigger. If it was a boy, his concubine would give birth to another child. If it was a girl, he would continue to give birth to another child with his wife. This was all accumulating merit. If not, where would the child come from? There were many officials without children. Would Li Yi care? Like Prince Shen, he didn't have any children. Look at Li Yi, he cared. Don't mention him. Let's change to another one. Zhang Sun Xian thought. So, and emphasized, keep it for me. He led the team and left. Inspector Zhang Sun, I will erect a longevity memorial tablet for you. Place it below the memorial tablets of Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. The old man was grateful and shouted from behind. Don't. Let me live for 2 more years. Zhang Sun Xian was scared and turned around. I will remember it in my heart. The old man promised. Thank you. Zhang Sun Xian wiped his sweat and hurried away. Just as he left the village, someone ran over. He's here. Li Dongzhu is here. The wing knights have arrived early. Li Dongzhu is on the cruiser. Hurry back. If we return early, we can go to the boat to take a look. Zhang Sun Xian looked for a horse and stopped strolling. When he arrived, the rain had arrived before the yacht. The raindrops flew along with the wind. The shacks at the pier were crowded with people. Some of the shacks were built unofficially. They were swaying left and right in the wind. Everyone ran out to help find wood to support them. The official building was called a shed, but it was actually a house made of bricks and tiles. After they made money, they started to repair it. The original shed was not demolished, but there was one more. The horse was tied up in the stable. The horse's rope was untied, and the horse ran to a place where the wind was not blowing. All the small boats in the river were tied with ropes and knots. People did not stay in the boat, even if it was a shack boat. What a misty rain! The sky is painted by the sudden rain. The thick ink is drawn. The boat moves in the pavilion. The waves push far away. Wang Wei, who was sitting in the carriage waiting for Li Yi's arrival, was bored and improvised a poem. Chapter 1647. As soon as Wang Weigang, who was drifting alone outside, finished speaking, the maids he brought with him in the carriage began to sing according to the songs of the 5 peerless masters. Open the door, I'm Zhang Sun Xian. I have nowhere to hide from the rain. Zhang Sun Xian ran over. He saw the carriage, an overbuilt one. It was wide and long with 6 horses. It was not called a carriage. Zhang Sun Xian had the most right to speak about it. He quickly installed wheels under the bed. Wang Wei's family was rich, so Li Yi helped him think of a way. The bed was a hole, and the frame under it could be separated. It was equivalent to 2 frames with 6 horses and 3 horses pulling a carriage. No one said anything. Quick, Brother Zhang's son, come up. Wang Wei pushed the door open. They were very familiar with each other, stirring the horse ladle in the same pot. No matter how hard I tried, I still got down. Zhang Sun Xian was quite wet. He got in and sat down to look outside through the window. A window was a window, and it had nothing to do with glass. Li Yi could not install glass for Wang Wei. Brother Zhang's son, where's your carriage? Wang Wei was surprised. You were powerful in Lantian County. How did you get wet? I was riding on horseback. More than 10 carriages were carrying linoleum paper to the place behind Liangpa village to work. I thought I would come back as soon as I finished, but I met a family who had just repaired the roof. I was a little late, Zhang Sun Xian said as he nodded to the maid who handed him dry clothes. He took off his clothes and changed without any hesitation. The cripple's family in Liangpa village? Wang Wei immediately remembered and looked at the schedule. Yes, it's his family. In fact, there were only 2 broken tiles, but the mud underneath was washed away. His family used to put up bamboo boards after the beams were fixed. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head helplessly. With the bamboo boards below, the mud above was washed away. No one always looked at the dripping water from the eaves. Without the boards, once the roof leaked, they would know immediately and repair it quickly. As a result, they could only repair the roof again. Wang Wei nodded to show that he understood. 2 new roof tiles? How many days? During that time, Brother Zhang's son, can you help me with the linoleum paper? If you see it, help me. Tell them that when the sun comes out, roll the paper into a cylinder and put it properly. Zhang Sun Xian didn't have anything to hide, nor did she want to show off. She had done too many good deeds. She would be happy when she was doing them and then return to normal. You're living a comfortable life. Gang, Ro hasn't arrived yet, so I hope you can get on the boat for a walk, Wang Wei said out loud. He had been on a yacht before. The ones that were parked there could not be moved. He stood on the deck for a while and then went into the room to take a look. There were many functions that were not turned on, and it was a waste of fuel. Most likely, Zhuangzi would get all the oil that could be used and wouldn't have to worry about Li Yi using up his lifespan. The retired emperor is coming. Jin is following him. Zhang Sun Xian was afraid that Wang Wei was not clear about the situation, so she reminded him. Thank you, Brother Zhang's son. Wang Wei understood. He could not bring the people around him. One was the oldest, and the other was the youngest. The youngest was his treasure. If something happened, the Bar River would be dyed red. Are the other places in Lantian County stable? If it rains for a day, the groundwater level will rise. Zhang Sun Xian had been thinking about his own businesses along the way and felt that there were no problems. He was worried about other places. In Lantian County, there were droughts and floods. In winter, there was also the possibility of a snowstorm. Wang Wei thought for a while. The ditches have been dredged. If the water level is too high, there's nothing we can do about it. We can save them. With the help of the winged knights, no one will die. If there's really a house that can't withstand the water, I'll fork out a portion of the money to build a new one. There's no use in having too much money. Instead of watching others cry, it's better to laugh together. Zhang Sun Xian had said in advance that he would donate money. He treated Lantian County as his own place, just like how Li Yi treated the Tang dynasty as his own place. He did not expect the people to be grateful, but at least they would not live in grief and indignation. Okay, the imperial court will fork out some more, the county yamen will fork out some more, and the other mining merchants. Wang Wei was relieved and prepared for the worst. He felt that there was no problem. Lantian County had built houses and ditches before. How much water would they need to flush them again? Outside, there were people wearing bamboo hats and straw raincoats. They used hooks and rakes to fish out grass sticks from the ditches and put them on carts to push away. There were also people who were bare-chested and only had a piece of cloth. They tied ropes and pushed wheelbarrows with sandbags. People from the yamen with shovels and pickaxes set out one after another to ensure that there was no shortage of places because people did not try their best. Swallows shuttled back and forth in the rain in search of food. The bean worms had already climbed to the back of the bean leaves and swayed with the wind and rain. The children were not allowed to come out of the school. The school kitchen prepared food in advance. The straw sandals hanging under the eaves of the houses facing the street were kept inside. Sandbags were placed in the houses, and rice bags and flour bags were found to be piled high. Every family took out their rain gear and tools, ready to help others or save themselves at any time. The people in charge of the lights in the yamen were adjusting the kerosene lamps, afraid that something would happen at night. There were no kerosene lamps in the village. The small lanterns were covered with oil paper and the candles were tied firmly. In the face of a possible natural disaster, everyone was doing their best. It would be best if the rain could stop early. Not only Lantian County, but the entire imperial government was moving. All the officials were taking shifts, and the rest were seizing the time to rest. It was like this every time they encountered such weather. Everyone was used to it, but they never slacked off. The imperial astronomer said that he did not know that a morning sun could become like this. Li Longji's first prince went to play. He changed the diapers for Bao. The baby did not feel unwell because of the rain. Wu Jiu stood by the side with a blissful look on her face. Her son was still her son. Li Yi did not touch Bao. Bao was pink and tender. His small arms and legs were plump like lotus roots. It was normal for an adult to be this fat, but it was normal for a baby to be this fat. Bao opened his eyes and looked. His mouth made sounds that ordinary people could not understand. The nurses were listening carefully. A baby's voice was the most direct. It expressed his feelings. They experienced the feeling of a baby's voice to judge the baby's needs and feedback. Ku hei ai ab en Bao. Or was now smacking his lips and making sounds. Your Majesty, scratch Bao-er's left thigh. Be gentle. A nurse observed and listened carefully. Li Longji stretched out his hand to scratch. Bao-er's expression relaxed. His body moved up and down, and his eyes turned. Your Majesty, scratch to the side again. The nurse spoke again. Bao. Or tried his best to cooperate. It was ticklish and comfortable. Li Longji understood. He tried one place after another. Sometimes the baby would giggle when he tried. Not long after, Bao closed his eyes and fell asleep. The path of medicine is broad and profound. It covers the world and is difficult to understand. Li Longji felt a sense of accomplishment. He scratched his son and actually fell asleep. The children of the Li family, Zhuangzi, never cried for a long time. They could always find a place where the child was uncomfortable. It was another situation when an older child cried. His additional needs were not satisfied. This kind of crying would usually lead to a beating. They were all toys and they were the same. Other children had them, but this child insisted on snatching them. After a few beatings, he would know his status. Was it because of the toys? No, it was because he wanted to suppress others. There was no need to beat too hard. The adults would give the child a rule. This kind of thing could not be compromised. If they compromised once, the child would become worse. Li Longji understood this. He did not understand it in the past. Sometimes fighting for imperial power is like this. Li Longji suddenly sighed. Your Majesty, bow or will not fight for it. Wu Jiu quickly expressed her son's position. Chapter 1648. Block it, block it. I drew it under the lamp last night. It's still wet. Don't let the rain wash it away. Wipe these shoes. I'll eat hot pot with you at noon, okay? I'm selling it at a cheap price. Give me 2 coins and I'll take all the meat. If you don't accept the bones, I'll donate the bones to make soup for free. Pack up the food and the money I gave you yesterday. Even if it rains, send it to me with knives and shields. Chang and city was bustling with noise and excitement. Those who were selected for the next round of the calligraphy and painting competition were allowed to paint and write poems on the wall. Paintings had to be drawn on paper first. If other people's walls were not painted well, other people would not agree. It was even more so for poems. After he finished painting, he would cover it when it rained. He was afraid that the paint would not dry. The shoeshine kid was invited home by the other kids to do it. Many of the leather shoes in the house had been cleaned and wrapped up. They would take them out and clean them again. Actually, they were just rubbing them for the sake of chatting. The vegetable seller shouted for a discount and lowered the price. If not, he would also lower the price. Those that were not sold last night were placed on ice noodles. The price in the morning was low, and they were not fresh enough. If they still couldn't sell it, they would have to send it to the delicatessen. Usually, they would send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. If they made it into smoked meat or sausages, they could sell it for another 2 days. The vegetables could not be preserved until tomorrow. It seemed that the rain would not stop for a while, so they were sold at a low price. If they really couldn't sell it, they would still send it to the Li family Zhuangzi shop, and the shop would take it back to feed the villagers and the southwestern barbarian captives. In restaurants and other places, there were those who ordered the food last night and those who came in the morning. Once the money was paid, the food had to be delivered. A shed was built on top of the carriage, and the driver continued to run. Horses were actually not afraid of the rain, but they were afraid of the heat. As long as there was enough material, it did not matter if the horses ran in the rain. If it was a sunny day, the horse would have to rest after running for a while. The horse would have to be washed with water to lower its temperature. If it ran for a long time, it would have to bleed. For example, when Li Yi was there, the horses were constantly carrying people and pulling carriages in the summer. When the horses fell, they didn't know how to bleed at all. A horse that has fallen to the ground due to heat and fatigue can be saved by bleeding it out in time. It was a pity that people who used horses to make money did not know how to care for their horses. Secondly, they did not know how to deal with emergencies. Would they bleed? The coachmen of the rail cars knew that they had to observe the condition of the horses at all times. If the situation was not right, they would unload the rail car and put it aside. They would then take the horses and deal with them, wiping his body, massaging with a brush, feeding him vegetables and cooked bean cakes. Clean up quickly. Lead the horse to the haystack stable, where the horse will rest on its side. A few raw eggs and a handful of pepper would be even better, and the horse would rub its head against the coachman. Li Lang, do you want to increase the number of sheds? On the Bar River, the yacht slowly moved forward. The winged knights stood shirtless on the deck and threw things at the fishing boats docked by the shore. The launchers were exchanged by Li Yi. The weight Density, volume, wind speed and direction were all calculated. The thing that was thrown was a smoked chicken. Every single one of the smoked chickens had been prepared long ago, just so that they could be given to others on the way. Every time Li Dongzhu went out, all the common people he met along the way should benefit. The chicken that was hatched was a small rooster that could be eaten after half a year. It was most suitable for making smoked chicken. Chickens wrapped in oiled paper were thrown onto the shore one by one. The people who stopped the boat knew what it meant. They went over and picked them up. They could eat them. It was cold in the rain, and eating to replenish their calories made their hearts warmer. Princess Yongmu was at the top. Through the window, she looked at the shed on the shore and found that it was crowded. Some people could only wear raincoats and squat outside the shed to drink hot soup. Today is a special situation. The yacht is slow. They knew the news in advance and came to see. It's okay to build a bigger shed, but it's not because of this. Li Yi pursued the essence. Usually there were not so many people, and they were all looking at the yacht, drinking a mouthful of hot soup. One would not die from the loss of heat. There was oil and salt in the soup. Even if one drank it in winter, it would be difficult to freeze to death. Xiao Lan cooperated and asked, why? Because of the increase in demand, transportation, and temporary storage. Li looked at other places. That person was squatting and drinking soup, looking here. Li Yi did not sympathize with the other party. In addition to the soup, the other party also had braised lamb trotters. Are you poor? Just watch the show. In front is that the grain transport team. It's also stopped. The car is covered with a thatch cloth. Judging from the uneven appearance of the thatch cloth, it's a sack. It's not tight. Xiao Lan took out her binoculars and looked further away. There were many cars parked beside a shed in front. Wheat, this year's indica rice, is not ready yet. Only last year's winter wheat is transported with the shell after harvesting. The new hybrid crops at the Xinongxi will have to wait for another year. At that time, other than indica rice, the output of all other crops will increase. When the industrial and commercial system is up, agricultural workers will have to be subsidized. Li Yi analyzed the way the cars were tied and what could be produced now. It was just like how before the fields were planted. One could determine what the people wanted to plant through factors such as ridges and furrows. When planting rice and wheat, it was obvious that deep ridges could not be built. When planting eggplants, cucumbers, cowpeas, and so on, the other side of the field had to be built. When planting watermelons and cantaloupes, the terrain had to be higher than other vegetables. Otherwise, there would be too much water when it rained, and they would be wasted after soaking. Li Lang, I heard that the seeds of indica rice and the Xinongxi are not providing food for free, so you shouldn't be grateful. The money to buy food is earned by yourself. Princess Yongmu suddenly told him what she had heard. That's right. The money to buy food is earned by oneself, but the price is not controlled by oneself. Production technology is transformed into productivity. The output of food is high and the price is low. If there is no food to sell, how much money do you have to buy it? When the Tang dynasty's grain reserves are depleted due to the decrease in output, you will starve to death even if you have gold and silver. The Xinongxi is researching hybrid varieties. They can't give you free food, but they can reduce the price of food and give you the possibility of filling your stomach. I can't provide others with a short, curved plow and a sheller for free. I can only let others pay a small price to get more income. Therefore, the people set up a longevity tablet for me and are willing to give me fish and snails to eat. Li Yi did not deny the fact that the food was bought by others with their own money. He analyzed it from another perspective. It's time to turn. Adjust the angle. It's so close. Throw it over. I'll do it. On the deck outside, Guazi, who was bare-chested and drenched in the rain, commanded the launch vehicle. When it reached the turning point, he found that the equipment was not easy to adjust. It needed to be raised and then fall down. He estimated the distance. It was more than 30 meters. What equipment was there to use? He grabbed a roast chicken wrapped in grease, estimated it, and swung his arm. Whoosh! The roast chicken flew through the rain and landed in someone's boat with a bang. Good, good. A group of people applauded. Awesome. As expected of a martial arts expert. Too accurate. The person on the boat wanted to go ashore to pick up the chicken, but was shocked. He looked over and gave a thumbs up. Those who got full marks for throwing grenades go. Guazi gestured and ordered. Yes. Dozens of people stepped forward at the same time. They threw the grenades far and accurately. The rain did not affect their performance. Who said that there was no war in the rain? There were many boats around the turning point. It was easy to catch fish here. They saw oil paper bags flying over. Some were thrown further away and landed on the shore. Some landed on the boat, and some fell into the water. They were not afraid of falling into the water. They had long poles and nets. They just needed to stretch them out. Do it, do it. If there is a chicken that is not caught, I will play with it alone later. Li did not know whether to laugh or cry. That was meat. Chapter 1649. Perhaps it was because of Li's kind warning, or perhaps it was because of the winged knight's extraordinary performance in the rain. But none of the chickens went with the flow. Of course, this included the skill level of the people who set up the long poles. They also knew that it was a whole chicken, and some people were ready to jump in to get it. The winged knight's good pitchers were like on the battlefield. The more nervous they were, the more extraordinary they were. Waves of cheers came from the shore. The people were happy. The winged knights were too accurate. They could even throw stones to hit the enemy on the battlefield. This child, sleeping as soon as he said he would. He didn't even eat lunch. Noble consort Lu looked at her grandson, who was sleeping soundly, and whispered to Li Dan. She was not very satisfied with her other grandchildren. They were always fighting and scheming against each other since they were young. Have you ever seen a 10-year-old child speak to others with such an accent? Those grandchildren had done it before. The one in front of her was not the case. He always cared about others. When she told him about the French, she thought that he did not understand. But in the end, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. No matter how she looked at him, he was another younger Li. Li also cared about others and looked like he was easy to bully. He ate a fried dough twist before going to bed so that he could play at night. According to the speed of the yacht, it will arrive at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He just woke up. Li Dan's face was kind. His grandson knew how to adjust himself. He was amazing. I'm almost done here. I have a child. I don't know if there will be any problems. It's best if it's a daughter. Noble consort Lu was conflicted. She was a woman, and a woman from the Tang dynasty. She wanted to have a child. With Xiaoyi here, I don't have to worry about that. I have to exercise. Li Dan said as he went to the gym. He refused to admit that he was old. Look at your grandpa. He's old and shameless. Noble consort Lu said to her grandson, and went to exercise as well. The palace maids and eunuchs selectively forgot a lot of things. Hearing loss and blindness were normal. Li did not care about whether the chicken was accurate or not. He was heating the water for the snail. Once the snail's temperature was high, its metabolism speed increased. At the same time, due to the presence of salt, it needed to constantly exchange water. Since the air pressure was low, there was no need to add oil. The purpose of adding oil was to reduce the oxygen content in the water. Whether it was fish or shells, they had to breathe faster. It was as if a person had suddenly arrived at a plateau. His heartbeat and breathing rate had increased in order to increase the blood oxygen concentration. People would vomit under such circumstances, including the physiological reaction after strenuous exercise. Medically speaking, it was to empty the stomach and reduce the pressure on the other organs. At the same time, it reduced the blood supply to the stomach. The blood flow in the stomach decreased, and the blood contained oxygen. More blood oxygen was distributed to the other organs. When a person's body temperature was high, they would vomit easily. After vomiting, they would feel comfortable. Li Lang, stir it with your hand. Won't it be cleaner if you spit it out? Princess Yongmu was waiting for lunch. It was almost noon. Snails are alive. When you stir them, they will shrink back. Their life instinct will allow them to choose a method that is more beneficial to their survival. Li Yi handled the snails patiently. He did not touch them at all. Haste makes waste. Li Lang, then don't cook at noon. I don't think anyone is hungry. Princess Yongmu said that she was a noble lady, but the others still had to eat. For example, the palace maids, eunuchs, Li Dan, and the winged knights, they ate regularly without special circumstances. The noble ladies, do you know how to write poems? The noble ladies were chatting with the little robots. Yes, what poem do you want? A little robot answered according to the program. I heard that you have been to the sea. Look at me and write a poem. A noble lady tapped the little robot's head with her finger. Okay. Sea, you are all water. Horse, you have 4 legs. Beauty, you are really beautiful. You have a mouth under your nose. The robot did not know which program it followed, but it came out with this. No matter how low the noble lady's literary level was, she was still a noble lady of the Tang dynasty. She wanted to vomit, but not because she was pregnant. Then can you sing? If you go to the sea, you won't have to sing if the sea laughs. The noble lady chose to endure. Yes, I have. Let me look for it. Ah, I found it. I will sing for you. Drifting with the waves, drifting with the wind, following the waves of a lifetime. The moment you and I overlap, we are separated in an instant. Fate drifts with the wind. The robot sang while turning in circles. This was how the program was set. The robots at the side sang and harmonized around the hall. The whole sound effect came out. It was directly stereophonic. A classic would always be a classic. There was no need to change palaces or clear corners. The pure pentatonic mode resonated through the past and the present. The noble ladies were instantly confused. Who didn't have the idea of a male companion? Who didn't have romance in their life? Li Lang, what song is it? There is a faint sadness. Princess Yongmu heard the music in the hall. Since ancient times, deep feelings can't be retained. Only a song with a routine can win the hearts of people. Li Yi shook his head and sighed. Li Lang, are the mechanical minions expensive? Princess Yongmu was concerned about Li Yi's lifespan. Not expensive. They can clean, recharge, heat up meals, and wash clothes themselves. If I don't take out a few things, how can I control the customers of Wen Lanxiang Pavilion? Li Yi purposely exchanged for a smart robot to help collect information. Princess Yongmu listened to it. It was quite tiring. Listening to a lot of family talk was annoying. Playing with a group of people who were always happy, she was also happy. If she met a group of people with depression, she estimated that it wouldn't take long for her to find out that they had depression. The yacht turned a corner and went on the waterway. There were no more boats on the river. There were many fishermen on the waterway just now. They caught fish and snails and went downstream to sell them to the Li family, Zhuangzi. When they arrived here, it was raining heavily. No one bought them. They couldn't even find a boat to park. When they arrived at Lantian County, there were boats to sell to the people in the county or ferry them across the 2 sides of the river. There was no charge for the ferry across the 2 sides of the river, only when they took the boat to Chang, and would they be charged. The people took boats to and fro across the 2 sides of the river and bought other people's fish and prawns. There were people in the shacks on the shore. They were sheltering from the rain and looking at the river. When they saw the yacht, they waved and shouted. They all knew that this was a Tang dynasty cruiser. When the yacht stopped, someone on the other side of the shore asked someone to help draw a portrait. The yacht was in the background. Moving forward, after a few shacks, there was another shack. The people on the shore shouted together, Li Dongzhu, someone is sick. Her whole body is burning up. Li Dongzhu, someone is sick. Maintain the position of the yacht. A few people go over and pick them up. Li Yi frowned. He first judged whether someone was setting a trap. The thrower threw 2 ropes. The people on the shore understood and quickly found Zhuangzi to tie them up. One was tied low, lower than the side of the yacht, and the other was tied high. For winged knights, put on wide straps and slid over on the wheels. After seeing the situation, he made a gesture. The people on the yacht took a look with binoculars. Dong Zhu, pregnant woman with a big belly. She wants to go to her maternal uncle's house in Chang, and to give birth in Chang'an. She's sick now. Her husband and mother-in-law are here. Guizi translated. In fact, Li Yi could understand. Throw another rope, side by side. Put her on the soft stretcher. See how to use medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll cut her open. Li Yi was helpless. Next to him, Peach Blossom 1 picked up the walkie-talkie. Nurses, get ready. The pregnant woman is sick. She may need surgery. Nurses, get ready. The operating theater is understood. Getting ready. The operating theater is understood. There was feedback from the walkie-talkie. Chapter 1650. Another rope was thrown over and fixed in place. 2 strong female guards of Princess Yongmu slid over, and a soft stretcher was carried to the other side. Not long after, the pregnant woman was put on the stretcher and slid back along the cable. Li Yi was already waiting in the operating room. The woman's mother-in-law and husband were carried to the yacht by the winged knights. The people on the shore took the rope and waved goodbye, not worried about the pregnant woman's condition at all. The best doctor in the Tang dynasty couldn't save her. It was useless to find anyone. As soon as the pregnant woman arrived, she was put on a stretcher and pushed to the operating room. There were equipment in the operating room to check. The old woman and the man were wet. It turned out that they were wet. Both of them trembled, not knowing whether it was because of the cold, nervousness, or fear. "Are you thirsty?" Princess Yongmu asked in a low voice. "Yes. How can I be in the mood to drink water? It wasn't easy for my Dalong to earn enough money to get a wife." The old woman began to cry as she spoke. "Mother, with Li Dongzhu here, they really can't be saved. It's the king of hell who wants them dead. No, it's God. The king of hell doesn't dare to accept such a young person. Li Dongzhu will beat them." The man comforted his mother with a calm expression. The water, made with brown sugar and ginger, was served. The mother and son drank it with a spoon. They couldn't drink it in the shed and were anxious. Now they were relieved. There was no better doctor in the world than this. Life and death were not something that could be done by humans. "Andy, take a warm bath later and change into dry clothes. Don't worry, there's a lot of blood on the yacht." Princess Yongmu couldn't talk to the man about bathing, so she only talked to the old woman. "Okay, tell Li Dongzhu that if he can only choose between a wife and a child, he will keep the wife and marry into our family. She will be a member of our family, my biological daughter." The old woman thought of an extreme situation. She was afraid that Li Yi would want a child in order to leave an offspring. "Okay, Taohong you go." Princess Yongmu agreed. In the operating room, Li Yi checked. "She hasn't started to give birth yet. It's just that she's sick. She needs physical cooling and fluid transfusion." After saying that, Li Yi went out. The female nurse began to change the pregnant woman's clothes, apply alcohol, put an ice pack, give an intravenous drip, and give oxygen. The pregnant woman lay there and looked at the lights on the ceiling. She did not say that she was going to give birth, but she was feverish, uncomfortable, and dizzy. Now that she was much more awake, she waited for a while. "I feel like vomiting." The nurse took a bottle of water and said, "Drink. You'll vomit after drinking." After gulping down a large bottle of water, the pregnant woman vomited into the trash can beside her. The nurse looked at him. "How many eggs did he eat? You still have to vomit. Wait, drink some water." She vomited and vomited until the pain started. The nurse was speechless. "Prepare for routine delivery," informed Dongzhu. The nurse hurriedly arranged and pulled out the 4-drip. Li Yi had not changed his clothes when he came out. When he heard the news, he changed his clothes and changed into a new set of clothes. He waited at the side. When the yacht arrived at the largest dock in Lantian County, the sound of a baby crying could be heard. The pregnant woman and the baby were taken care of at the same time. The nurses cleaned the operating room and the small robots helped. They were not afraid of being dirty and could wash their whole bodies. The pregnant woman could not be compared to Empress Wang. The delivery bed was dirty. She did not care about that. After the body was cleaned, the placenta also came out. She changed into comfortable clothes and put on an intravenous drip. She said weakly, "I want to ask something." The light on the robot's head flickered and replied, "Loved." "What do you mean, loved?" "It's a boy. Dongzhu is checking. It's 6 pounds and 2 ounces. It's too big. We can't raise it so big for the next child. We even used forceps." A nurse glared at the small robot and gave the pregnant woman the answer she wanted to know. In an instant, the pregnant woman relaxed and a smile appeared on her face. The pregnant woman's mother-in-law and husband wore new clothes and stayed in the small reception room. The robot brought a fruit plate, but the two did not eat. They looked uneasy. Princess Yongmu quietly accompanied by the side. The atmosphere was more oppressive. "Big fat boy, follow the mother's body. If it exceeds the baby's normal body temperature, don't carry it out. Look at it from a distance. If the breast milk is not out or is not suitable, I will find a wet nurse to feed it. I made some special milk powder for emergency use in the laboratory. It can be fed. It's 6 pounds and 2 ounces. You don't read the newspaper properly." Accompanied by Li Yi's voice, he pushed the cart in. The baby was lying in it. It did not need to be wrapped, and extra oxygen was provided. The mother and son jumped up at the same time and rushed to the side of the cart to look. The baby's small fist was clenched. It did not look good at all. The mother and son were satisfied. It was big and had a handle. They were relieved. It was okay to have another daughter in the future. After looking, the old woman reacted first. She bent her knees towards Li Yi and was held by the maid, who reacted faster. The man turned to look at the two people beside him and chose to bow. "Li Dongzhu is very kind. We don't talk about the next life. Live well in this life, and that will be enough to repay me. After looking at it, I have to send it over and feed it when the milk is out." Li Yi was annoyed. He would talk about the next life in the next life. "When the time comes, would you still recognize me? If you really want to be cows and horses, I won't be able to recognize you." "The baby's temperature has dropped. Push it away." Li let go. Since he did not deliver the baby, it was not suitable for him to go over and touch it. The old woman looked at the cart reluctantly and rubbed her hands together. "Li Dongzhu, oui. Are you sure you want me to name it? If I name it, there will be many things you can't do about the child in the future." Li Yi did not wait for the other party to finish speaking and answered first. Given his current status, when he gave someone a name, he definitely wouldn't be able to get rid of both parties without any implications. Li Longji was the one who came up with his name. "Li Dongzhu, please give it a name," the man said to Li Yi seriously. "Okay, I'll think about it later. Since that's the case, let's raise it on the yacht." Li Yi agreed. Logically speaking, if it was a tourist yacht according to the rules, the child would be entitled to a free ride forever. It was naturally the same on a plane, but most people would not choose to do so as the risk was too high. The first newborn on this yacht should enjoy special treatment. The baby was breastfed, but the yacht did not dock. It stayed on the water in a small area. The people on the shore were waiting. "Bad. Can't come over?" The winged knights who arrived early were wearing tactical military boots, long pants, wide belts, shirtless and armed. All of them had a buzz cut and stood at key positions. As the raindrops hit their bodies, small splashes of water could be seen. "What's wrong with Gangro?" Wang Wei's car was checked and allowed to park near. He was also anxious. Lunchtime had passed. "It's okay. He's very capable. The yacht is so beautiful. If I had one," Zhang Sunexen was envious of the yacht. In his view, the yacht was a very big house where the master lived. The people on the shore were discussing and curious. After waiting for a while, the yacht slowly approached. It did not need to be towed or adjusted vertically. When it reached the shore, a rope was thrown to fix it. The yacht placed a springboard on the yacht. Then, Wang Wei and Zhang Sun Xian were called up. It was raining heavily outside. Li Yi did not want to come out in the rain. It was not easy to be a security guard. Everyone was wearing bamboo hats and raincoats. Who knew who was going to assassinate? Chapter 1651. Li Yi, you will never guess how I found a way to store water. Zhang Sun Xian had just sat down, and before drinking his tea, he gestured to Li Yi and said, Li Yi brought a plate of spicy fried snails and a normal temperature of beer. The back of the snails had been pinched off, and they were all big ones. The smaller ones had been thrown into the middle of the river and continued to be raised. A toothpick holder was placed at the side for people to use. Li Yi poured the beer. Digging a big hole is actually like building a swimming pool, but instead of covering it with tiles, it is made of cement. It can store water for a long time. He answered Zhang Sun Xian's question. If a water reservoir was built this way, it would be more convenient to cover it with plastic sheets. Zhang Sun Xian shook his head slightly. There is a simple way. Why don't you guess again? Let me give you a reminder: oilcloth. There is linoleum paper. It can be done in a short time. The linoleum paper is waterproof, and the connecting parts need to be heated, or else it will leak. Also, the edges are outside and the sun is shining. The linoleum paper will age and smell bad. Li Yi looked at Zhang Sun Xian and thought of what he was using to store water. It was smart, but it lacked the steps. It's done. Zhang Sun Xian was in a bad mood. If it's done, then it's done. Places that are easy to infiltrate are suitable for wells, pressure wells, small ditches made of cement, pressurized water through the ditches, and then diverted, Li Yi explained. The ditches were 1 foot wide and 1 foot deep and had a trapezoidal slope. The sides were left open for bamboo boards and wooden boards. When the water was released, the boards would be pulled out and the water would be transferred downwards, and the boards above would be placed down. There was no need to build a pool. When the pool was deep, the top had to be covered. Some children would want to play when they see water. For pressure wells, the protective devices could be placed on top. If the children wanted to play, they could play. In summer, the water in the well would be cleaner than the river. I will dig a well later. Zhang Sun Xian felt that it made sense. He did not feel that he had lost face, but Zai Fu had lost even more. He just had to get used to it. Dig a well to let the water flow downwards. Choose a high position and dig deeper. Cut the bamboo and dig in the middle. See if there are people around, go over. In addition, if there are wild beasts nearby, build an additional canal to form a small puddle at a place far away from human habitation. The drier it is, the more we need to fill the small puddles with water so that the wild beasts can drink it. This will prevent them from entering the village to look for water and injure people. As Li Yi spoke, he placed the wet towel on the table and prepared to eat it. Rough paper was convenient, but it was too wasteful to use it to wipe his hands. The palace maids and eunuchs at the side did not eat. They were taking notes. If they were told that the robots could record, they would still record. This was their job. When the time came for Her Majesty to watch, would they bring the robots over? If everything was done by the robots, what was the point of his existence? The robot would take down the pillow towel and bed sheets and send them to the laundry room to throw them into the washing machine to wash. After washing and drying them, it would bring them back to cover them. It's just that it doesn't know how to remove the quilt cover, which can be considered a weakness. Robots clean the room. Robots control the humidity and temperature in the room. Robots. Why did robots start to snatch jobs and chat with you 24/7? Although the content of the conversation was vague, confusing, and messy, it was the quietest when it was charging. It was said that charging while working was not good for the body. When they were about to run out of battery, they would find a charging spot and stand beside it to charge. It was said that this was called wireless charging. The palace maids and eunuchs did not know that the technology Li Yi showed on the yacht was many years ahead of the Tang dynasty, but they knew that if they did not work hard, they would not be able to get the monthly salary. Okay. Zhang Sun Xen noted it down and went back to do it. It was simple. He picked up a snail, inserted a toothpick into the meat, and began to spin the snail. After a while, the meat was spun out and stuffed into his mouth. Li Yi also took a snail and used a toothpick to pick out the small pieces on the top. His index finger pressed on the other side of the snail, put the end into his mouth, and sucked hard. His index finger suddenly loosened, and the meat and juice of the snail went into his mouth. After watching, Wang Wei followed Li Yi's eating method. Sure enough, it's still so popular. It's tiring. Zhang Sun Xian found a fault and learned it. Don't teach children who are too young to avoid blockage of the trachea. Li Yi reminded. See, I told you there was a problem. Zhang Sun Xian found another reason. It looks like the rain won't stop for a while. Li Yi looked at the window. The rain outside hit the glass and flowed in all kinds of ways. There's no problem in Lantian County. It was repaired before. Now the people spontaneously came out to clean the ditches. Wang Wei knew that Li Yi was asking him. He still liked to pursue Buddhism, and the process of pursuing it was more concrete. He believed that if Buddhism and Taoism were separated from the lives of the people, they would be like trees without roots, water without source, mirages, and the moon in the water. After the rain stops, Drunken Immortal House will provide a batch of ginger foam and put it in the free soup. Don't drink it at night. Li Yi thought of a situation. Limestone County is ready. We have a lot of lime here, so it's not worth much. When a family's manure pit comes out, they will clean it up and scatter lime around it. In addition, if there are livestock pens, stables, and sheds, they will scatter lime, clean it up, and regrass it. The open wells will be specially checked to see if there's turbid liquid. If there is, it can't be eaten. The yamen will send large buckets and water carts to provide clean water. The people will take turns to draw water until the water is clear. To avoid water seepage and contaminants, they will emphasize on boiling water to drink. Wang Wei followed and said that everything was within the scope of the yamen's work. Li Yi pinched the snail and looked at Wang Wei in surprise. As a deputy county magistrate, he was already so meticulous. This was not empty talk. He said that he would do his best to protect the people's life after the rain, actively implement the affairs that benefit the people, and strictly prevent the outbreak of the epidemic. He did not miss anything, did not relax, and did not slack off. He strived for early detection, early treatment, early prevention, and early warning. The first thing he did was to scatter lime, send clean water, and boil water. Is there any oversight? Wang Wei was nervous. He had worked very hard. The people in the yamen had thought of a solution together. No problem. At the same time, I didn't expect that you, Majia, would not forget your original intention in the position of deputy county magistrate. You are as firm as ever, and your words and deeds are united. Do you want to be promoted? Li Yi was satisfied. Wang Wei still liked to write poems, paint, and contact with people of Buddhism. However, he did not forget his business. If all the officials of the Tang dynasty were like this, how much longer would his life be? Xiao Du was still young. Where was Xiao Bai? Should he come over? Don't drink and play all day long. Come over and be a deputy county magistrate. It was okay to have a few deputy county magistrates in a county. There were all positions. Next year, let me be the local deputy county magistrate again. I still want to learn. Wang Wei was not in a hurry at the moment. He would only dare to be promoted if he learned well. If he did not have the ability, he would definitely fall. Where is Howren? Li Yi suddenly remembered. He is coaxing Meng Yifu to sleep. Meng Yifu did not want to sleep after lunch today. He stayed in the toy room and played with the toys by himself, mumbling. The palace maid Chui Lu replied. She knew the situation. Don't. The child set off on a yacht. He fantasized about having a yacht and realizing his dream in the toy room. Quickly find Howren and let Ifu continue to play. Tell him that I allow it. Li instantly understood the child's thoughts and excitement. He could not coax him at this time. Chapter 1652. Rigid and soft. Ifu is fine playing like that? In the past, he would have fallen asleep by now. Mang Howren came. He coaxed the child to sleep and almost fell asleep himself. His mental state was not very good. Drink some wine first. It's a small matter. Let's talk while we eat. Li comforted and expressed his understanding. When it came to the child, it was a big problem for parents. He did not sleep, was always in a daze, squatted, and looked at the worms endlessly. Beat the kindergarten girl until she cried. Beat the kindergarten girl until she cried. Beat the 2 kindergarten boys until they cried. Forgot the words he learned yesterday, and even learned how to scold people. F***ck, even I don't scold people. To put it bluntly, we give the child a box and let the child grow up in this box. It is insurmountable. To put it nicely, it is called rules. To put it another way, it is called restraint. We control the child based on our experience. We are afraid that the child will do something wrong. Our intention is good for the child. However, the dragon has 9 sons, and each son is different. We did not live like our parents. So why should we let the child live like us? Li talked about the principles first. The people sitting there would understand. Mang Howren picked up a snail and skillfully blocked the back. He suddenly let go and sucked it into his mouth. He is not sleeping today. He can't sleep when he is excited. He is affected by the environment of the yacht and the weather at the moment. When the air pressure is low, people will increase their breathing rate. When the humidity is high, if the temperature can be maintained at a comfortable state, breathing will be comfortable. Under such circumstances, if the child is not sleepy and cannot sleep, he will not sleep. The purpose of telling the child to sleep is to make the child comfortable. How can he sleep for the sake of sleeping? Li was talking about the specific situation. It was very simple. Why did he always say to beat the child on rainy days? Because the child was naughty. He was very lively. How long will he play? Mang Howren accepted. Don't worry about it. He will play and fall asleep. He will sleep in the toy room. The robot will cover him with a small blanket and increase the temperature in the room by 2 degrees. At the same time, air and dehumidify the room. Put away the toys and put a few big fluffy toys beside him that he can hug. Li could guess Mang Ifu's situation. He knew that he would sleep there, but he still did not change the place for him. When the child woke up, he would feel a little lost. He was used to waking up in the usual place, but he suddenly realized that his surroundings had changed. Under normal circumstances, when Ibu wakes up, he will anxiously look for you or sister-in-law and inexplicably want sister-in-law to carry him. As for you, you are a strict father and won't carry you. At this time, you should tell Ibu the story of the yacht, emphasizing how safe it was. Ifu's mood gradually eases, and he will recall the scene of him playing in the toy room. The 2 combine and return to peace. Li taught Mang Howren how to deal with the aftermath. Not to mention the parents of the Tang dynasty, 99% of them could not do it because they did not understand. How many parents would have the time and energy to deal with the situation of their child playing in the toys instead of taking an afternoon nap and the subsequent reactions of their child? Under normal circumstances, the child would suddenly wake up and run to his mother to hug her. His mother frowned. What's wrong now? I told you to sleep, but you didn't. You insisted on playing. You should have slept there. Why did you come here when you woke up? The child looked at his father again. His father said, "This is the only time today. In the future, if you don't take a good afternoon nap, I won't give you any more toys." His mother said, "What's the use of buying so many toys? You only know how to play all day. The one in old Sue's family already has 3 little red flowers. Look at mine, one." The child was speechless. In an instant, the child also woke up and returned to peace. Parents did not need to learn any psychology. Mang Haoran hurriedly left and said that he would come back later. Zhang Sun Xian listened with a skeptical attitude. She picked up a snail with a toothpick and ate it. It's indeed not as good as sucking it directly. Eat the snail with the taste of seasoning, or eat it raw with the taste of the earth. You are not allowed to eat it raw. Li Yi picked up the snail and continued sucking. The newspaper wrote that eating raw meat and things in the river will make you sick and have worms. When the Sea Nong Temple was looking for sterile seedlings, Zhang Sun Xian talked about the situation of looking for sterile male plants. The Sea Nong Temple had departments in all provinces, and the military was in charge. It was not only after Li Yi came, but it had been like this before. They had always been looking for good seeds with high yields, so that the people could have more. Now, using the magnifying glass given by the Li family Zhuangzi, they looked at the fields. Beans, barley, sorghum, japonica rice, indica rice, wheat, and so on. There were paddy fields, and they wanted to eat. They recalled that the newspaper said that there were worms. Some of the worms could be seen directly on fish and crabs. Some worms were too small, so they could be seen with the magnifying glass. As for the worms in the water, they could not be seen with the magnifying glass. When the people saw that the newspaper was right, the number of people eating sashimi instantly decreased. They tried to boil the water in the river as much as possible. The well water was a little worse, so they still drank more raw. After Zhang Sun Xian finished speaking, she stared at Li Yi. Li Yi had saved many people. When could she be like Li Yi? In the future, everyone will have a good life. With the improvement of technology, you can eat more raw food. I have raw food on the ship. If you want to eat it, I can make it for you. Li Yi was not willing to eat raw food. He ate it in the hot summer. Because raw food was cold and cool, the taste was indeed different from cooked food. Eat it tonight. Zhang Sun Xian was very direct and not hypocritical. The people of the Southwest work very hard. They know that the wages are much lower than those of the Tang dynasty. Wang Wei took a sip of wine and said, "How can it be lower than them in the Southwest? Some people are slaves. It is not easy to eat. If they want, they will take out all their money to buy points. When the time comes, the husband will get rid of the slave status and make a lot of money." Li Yi knew the thoughts of the Southwest barbarians. They wanted to stay in the Tang dynasty and live like the normal people of the Tang dynasty. Now that the men had slave status, they did not have to worry about food and children's education. They worked hard and were not beaten or scolded. The food, clothing, and housing were 100 times better than where they were before. His children could learn the knowledge of the Tang dynasty. The children of the Tang dynasty, near his home, could not learn it. The three people ate and drank. The rain outside did not seem to stop. The yacht began to deliver food, roasted chicken, and tore it for everyone to eat in the shed. Gang Ro, Ifu is awake. Mang Haoran came over. Han Xianka took her son and came here together. Han Xianka saluted gracefully. She was a singer and could handle this kind of situation with ease. The people sitting with her would not treat her as a singer. She had an imperial order. Mang Ifu seemed to have slept well. He called a circle of people and sat next to them, swinging his legs. Ifu just woke up and looked for his mother. He just hugged her and did not speak. I told him about the yacht. Gangro. Mang Haoran gave her a thumbs up. She was right. Even if she did not open Zhuangzi, she could still make a lot of money by setting up a fortune-telling stall. Not all children are like this. I am familiar with Ifu. I will ask him to play with other children in the future. Boys should pay attention to safety. It is better to be wild, Li Yi said and waved Mang Ifu to stand beside him. He handed him a wet towel to wipe his hands and gave him some snails and toothpicks. Eat slowly. Chapter 1653. Mang Ifu looked at his parents first. Seeing that they did not object, he happily picked up the toothpick and twirled it. Just as he was about to put it into his mouth, he suddenly stopped and walked to his mother. Mother, try it. Okay. Han Shanka opened his mouth and ate it. It was written in the newspaper that one should not refuse a child's filial piety unless the situation was special. For example, the child really needed more nutrition and there was no extra at home. Mang Yifu happily went back and fed the others. After feeding them all, he felt at ease to eat. He was just tall enough to stand there and feed one person at a time. It was easier than an adult. It was just a little spicy, so he had to take a break after eating one. The palace maid brought cold fruit juice and put it aside. Gang Rose visit this time. Is there anything important? Meng Haoren asked. How could Li Yi travel so casually? Farming, to see how the gravel land is managed. If it succeeds, it can be expanded. Some places grow melons and ginger. These two crops need to be purchased. The Tang dynasty has not reached the point of giving up local food crops and only developing cash crops. Li Yi explained the situation. The Tang dynasty had always encouraged the people to plant trees. In Guangzhou, where Chang'an was located, as well as in the northwest, the vegetation was much stronger than during his time. After the fall of the Tang dynasty, more places were occupied by non-farming people. They did not plant trees, and desertification began to become serious. When the Little Ice Age came, it was even more over. After that, when the Northwest was mentioned, the first thing that came to mind was the desert, the raising of goats, the amount of evaporation exceeding the amount of precipitation, the lowering of the groundwater level, and the seeds that could not be harvested at that time. Many people studied and said that desertification could not be changed by human effort. Later, Li Yi saw the reality. The desert could be changed for the better in the face of the power of his country, as long as no one destroyed it. When he arrived at Lantian County, he wanted to settle down and see what was suitable for planting. He had a complete set of theories and information and needed a testing ground. He hoped that the gravel land of Lantian County would behave differently. As for raising goats, he was against it. Goats were easy to raise, but they did harm the plants. Unless he could find goats with high milk production and raise them in captivity. Is farming so troublesome? Meng Haoren still did not believe it. He did the farming himself. The land in Lantian County was good for farming. If there's a chance, I'll take you guys to Ryangji Province. No, Guanyi Province to the north of Jiangxi Province. You'll know what kind of people live there. Li Yi was not angry. Except for Zhang Jiling and a few other people. How many people in the Guangzhou governor's manor knew about the cold winter in the north? Similarly, people in the north did not know how wet and cold the south was. Only those who had been there would understand. Only people like Su Shi could live anywhere and write famous poems that were passed down through the ages. Didn't they say there was a well there? Meng Haoren had paid attention to the north, where there was a well drilled through the desert. It still won't work. The same people are planting the same type of crops on the same area of land, but the amount of work the locals put in is more than the people in Lantian County, and the yield is also less. Rice is not grown in Guanyi Province, but wheat and soybeans can be grown in Jiangxi Province. There is a water network in Jiangxi Province. Guanyi Dao wanted to suppress the well. If it did not rain, they would continue to suppress the well. Time would be used to suppress the well. The soil isn't fertile enough, and we don't have much fertilizer, so we can only weed diligently. After the harvest, the yield is 30% lower than here. Li Yi pursed his lips. It was indeed too difficult. He felt sorry for the people in other parts of the Tang dynasty. He had too much power. With a word, he could mobilize hundreds of thousands of troops. If he said he needed money, countless people would donate money. It was his responsibility and obligation to let the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. The difference is so big. When should we go and take a look? Meng Haoren's hometown was fertile. How could Guanyi Province's Xiazhou be compared to Shannan Province's Xiangzhou? Why not Jiangnan Province? I'll see if I can arrange it next year. This year we'll go to Hunan Province. During the dry season of the Yellow River, let's build a bridge? Li Yi said he wanted to go to Luoyang. There are many cement factories and steel factories. During the dry season of the Yellow River in winter, many of the riverbeds are exposed. Hunan province has a larger population. Anyway, there is nothing to do in winter. In addition, there are also some recruits, some winged knights, the Southwest barbarians, and the Tilla 9 families. Li Yi instantly calculated. Building a Yellow River bridge was more tempting to him. Wang Wei and the other two looked at each other. It's useless to tell us. You have to go back and find His Majesty and Zaifu. Release the pigeons? Meng Haoren knew there were pigeons on the yacht. It's raining heavily outside. Are you willing to go out? What if you get sick? You'll infect a lot of people. There's no hurry. Li Yi looked at the water flowing on the window. He was reluctant to part with the pigeons. In fact, even if the pigeons were released, they would not fly straight home. They would first find a place to shelter from the rain. The place where the yacht was located was very suitable. Since that was the case, why bother? Li Dongzhu can consider building the river and manpower. Naturally, he has considered the logistics. Pilgrims are looking forward to the day when the bridge is built. Han Shanka asked, "How can you guarantee that so many people will eat and drink?" Of course, she would not directly ask, "What will you give to the workers?" She was an ordinary peasant woman. Her identity was different. When the train passes, we will go to Haizhou and come back from the Tang dynasty fleet. There is little food outside Haizhou, so we can only eat meat. Li Yi said with a bitter face, as if eating meat was a helpless matter. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Han Xianka knew the answer and laughed. It turns out that Emperor Jinhui was right. If we can't eat rice, we have to eat meat porridge. His intelligence is not good. It's a disease. He shouldn't be in that position. Some people are born and can't be forced. Some people are acquired, ignorant and incompetent. The family will be ruined if they are in charge, and the people will suffer if they are in power. If what they learn is not for the people, they should be given another position, just like how Song Zaifu gave Zhang Xian and Guxianzhou. Li Yi suddenly changed the topic and talked about being an official. Wang Wei stopped holding the conch and said, "Hard and soft, the foundation of Buddhism is the people. The people live in daily life. The truth of Buddhism is natural." He didn't want to change places. Those two people had become Taoist priests. Mahajie is really powerful. He turns the ethereal into reality and transforms everything into the world. You can do whatever you want this year. We can discuss what you want next year. Li Yi was satisfied. He could choose next year's official position. Hard and soft, I want to be a 5th rank official. Meng Haoren took the opportunity to make a request. "Give me a promotion. I want the title of madam." Li Yi looked over and nodded. He understood. "Haoren, you should write a few more poems. For example, hoeing at noon, sweat dripping down to the soil. Every grain of rice on the plate is hard work. This poem is similar to the one I copied. Is there anything else?" Meng Haoren felt that this poem was good. Planting a grain in spring, harvesting 10,000 in autumn. There is no idle land in the 4 seas. Farmers starve to death. Li Yi's poem was easy to copy. Good, this is good. Is there anything else? Meng Haoren understood and found the feeling. Haoren, no more. Digging a hole to bury people in the rain will make you sick. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly said. Everyone laughed again. Li Yi lowered his head and sighed. Chapter 1654. Tao Hong winked at the others. She quietly left and went to find Princess Yongmu. After telling her what happened, Princess Yongmu took her to see Li Dan. Reporting to Your Majesty, Dongzhu said that he wants to build the bridge during the dry season of the Yellow River. He wants to use the local people of Hunan, winged knights, recruits, Southwest barbarians, and the 9 families of Tilla. The logistical supplies will be mainly from the Tang dynasty's fleet that returned to Haizhou to fish and railway transportation. County Deputy Meng, County Deputy Wang, and Inspector Zhang's son have no official Weibo. It's difficult for pigeons to fly in the rain. Tao Hong reported. It was a big deal. Find Guazi and send the winged knights to send a letter to me. Li Dan was not afraid that the pigeons could not fly as long as the men and horses could run. Noble consort Lu hurriedly found the 4 treasures of the study, a special envelope and a seal. The paper of the 4 treasures of the study was replaced with yellow silk with dark embroidery patterns that were unique to the emperor. Li Dan could not command the winged knights, so he could only discuss it with Guazi. If Guazi refused, he would send his own guards. After the letter was written, noble consort Lu helped to seal it and cover it with oil paper and oilcloth. Guazi naturally would not embarrass the emperor in this matter. It was not like he was mobilizing troops for war. If he asked the emperor to send guards, it would show that the emperor was not on good terms with his majesty. It would be a serious political problem. A team of 20 winged knights, wearing raincoats, rushed to the Li family Zhuangzi in the rain. Tao Hong came back and stood beside Li Yi. Dong Zhu, I just told the Li family's little miss about you building the bridge. I was taken to Elder Mu's place, and then the winged knights went out with 20 people. Has Wen Tian eaten? Li Yi did not care about this matter. Tao Hong handled it well. She went to Princess Yongmu first. If she went to Li Dan directly, she would die there. She was trying to put the emperor in a disadvantageous position. I don't want to eat. The spicy fried snails were just served. I want to drink grape wine, Zhuangzi's dry red wine. It's said to be warm and has a special taste. Tao Hong felt relieved and answered in a low voice. It's not easy to get some dried red wine, and they're already thinking about it. What's so special about the taste? It was as astringent as rice wine. Don't give me a fruit platter. I don't want edamame or broad beans either. Grilled fish fillet with hazelnuts and pine nuts. Li Yi grumbled, but he was afraid that the guest would have a stomachache or allergic reaction, so he arranged for other food. Tao Hong jogged away again and hurriedly told him. Han Xiangke looked at her son, who was drinking fruit juice. Yifu is fine. He doesn't have an allergic constitution, and his digestive system is good. He has been taking care of him. Li Yi saw it and immediately said, he had specially examined Meng Yifu's body. There was no problem in drawing blood, urine, or taking out drugs. Just like the children of the Li family Zhuangzi, Zhang family village, and Shaolon village, they were regularly checked and recorded. Including Meng Haoren and the others, there were many types of panda blood. They were all collected, stored, and stored as components. Component blood could be stored longer than whole blood, and it was slightly more troublesome to transfuse. Thank you, uncle. Meng Yifu bowed sensibly. Sister-in-law is good at teaching her son. Li Yi nodded at Meng Yifu and said to Meng Haoren. He always felt that Meng Haoren owed his wife and son too much in history. Without a title, I will not return home. Meng Haoren clenched his fists. Write more poems. When we return, I will make you a 5th rank official. Don't expect to have any real power. Li promised. The officials of the Li family Zhuangzi had to be promoted step by step. Want to jump? Dream on. Giving Wang Wei and Meng Haoren the position of deputy county magistrate in Jingji was already considered skipping a grade. Normally, they would go outside to be deputy county magistrate, official registrar, or county lieutenant. Unless they had good results in the imperial examinations, they would start from 7th rank. In history, after the imperial examinations, Li Yi had the impression that Guazi, a 6th rank official, was directly promoted to a 7th rank official with real power. He would not give any real power and would only make some scattered officials, including Wang Wei. The 2 of them did indeed perform well. In the future, he would set an example for those people with good literary talent. For example, Li Bai came early and was arranged to be a deputy county magistrate in the county. If he was not a scattered official, he would be an 8th rank official. Li Yi admired the promotion system of his own country the most. He had gone through countless trials and tribulations to be able to stand in that position. I will strive hard, Meng Haoren promised and cheered for himself. Wang Wei was also full of confidence. He not only knew how to write poems, but he also knew how to draw. Only Zhang Sun Exan's expression was calm. He did not care. He had real power, above 5th rank, but he did not do any work. His wife did not need him to give her a title. Her position was high. What was the point of having a high position? It looked like endless glory, but in reality it was fleeting. The letter asked the Political Affairs Hall to send an official who was not a prime minister to Lantian County. Let's see if his words are believed by the people, or if my words are accepted by the people. Let's send an assistant minister. He wrote that he wanted to raise more pigs this year. I told the people to raise chickens. Let's see who the people listen to. It would not work even if you were tired to death. What was the use of having a high position? The people's feelings were the most important. If you did not believe it, look at Li Yi in front of you. He did not say to raise pigs and chickens. He asked the people to raise insects in the bean fields. The people raised everything. Was there anything crazier than this? Zhang Sun Exan thought, and suddenly could not help but laugh. He quickly picked up a snail and stuffed it into his mouth. The people at the dock did not know what happened on the yacht. They ate roast chicken, drank bone soup, and took out their own staple food. Some brought steamed buns, some baked sesame seed cakes, and some even brought rice grains that had been steamed and dried in the sun. In the case of free soup, rice grains were the best food. It was better than black bread and had a higher density. For the same volume, the bag of rice could hold 1.5 times the weight of flour, including the gaps in the rice. Using deep frying to fry the big rice grains and then drying them in the sun was the best way to replenish one's strength. No matter how dry the bread was, it could not compare to rice, including fried flour. It was just that other things were more expensive and black bread was cheaper. With the relay station replenishing food, it was better to buy black bread there. If one really did not have money, the relay station would give a few pieces of bread for free. Can I take it home? I will pay. There was a person who did not want to eat. He took out a chicken leg and wanted to buy it. He was prepared to bring it home for his parents, wife, and children. It was not that his family could not afford chicken. Wasn't this given to him by Li Yi? Eating it would increase one's luck and give one a status. Hurry up and eat it. It will spoil if left out for too long. If you give it to your family, they will have diarrhea. The person guarding the hut understood, but did not agree. I am eating it for them. It will be on them. The person holding the chicken leg was helpless and could only eat it himself. The bones are delicious. They are crispy. Another person said, Impossible. Don't bite your teeth. Do you think this is stewed chicken? If it stews for too long, the bones will become crispy. The person beside him snatched the bone, wash it, and throw it into the pot. Anyway, it will be used to cook soup. Blanch it with boiling water. Otherwise, how will others eat it? It has to be sterilized. The newspaper said so. The heavens are not giving face. Li Dongzhu rarely comes. Why is it raining? They are asking for a beating. Li Dongzhu is in a good mood. Otherwise, even the king of hell would be beaten to his knees. They are afraid of a lack of water. After beating the heavens will recover for half a year. What if there is no rain? The people started to make connections and express their opinions. Chapter 1655. There are too many straw sticks. Pull up the grates at the front. Those at the back, don't worry. Whose cowshed was destroyed by the water. It doesn't matter. There is no shortage of grass in the current season. Rise. A dead dog floated over. Flop. It's not dead. Throw it out. It's not a wild dog. There's a tag on its neck. Don't break it. Let's go. Can you stand up? All right, let's go home. The people guarding the sections of the canal were cleaning up the things that might block the canal. Every section of the canal had 3 bamboo grids inserted downwards. The things rushed to the top and the ones in front were lifted up to clean them up, while the two behind intercepted them. When the front was properly cleaned and put down, the two behind were also cleaned up. Such a drainage system takes all into account and is quick and steady. They wouldn't wait for a large pile of things to block a certain spot. They would only fish when the water was full. That would be considered passive. Now it was called active interception, positioning, and clearing. The location was easy to find. While they were cleaning up, a dog appeared. They thought it was dead, but they saw a human struggling and being stabbed to the ground. The dog spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, shook its body, barked twice, and ran away. There was a bamboo tag hanging from a rope around the dog's neck to prove that it had an owner. If he encountered a wild dog, he could catch it and stew it. If he encountered a dog with a card, he could not touch it. Unless there was no one around to witness it, if they were reported, they would have to pay compensation. Just like raising chickens, they tied ropes on the chicken legs. The colors, lengths, and knots were all different. Whenever someone saw a chicken in their house, they would know which neighbor's chicken belonged to by looking at the rope tied around their legs, and they would send it back. No one in the neighborhood would talk about killing other people's chickens and eating their meat. The rope was just a marker, not a GPS device or a video recording device. The chickens were all released outside. When the chickens came back, everyone would go to the place where the chickens were and look for eggs. When he realized that there were eggs, he touched his hens. They were still there. He estimated that they would be able to lay eggs at night. He called his neighbor and asked whose hens were lacking eggs. They would touch the chickens before they were released, and they would be able to tell when they were about to lay eggs. When he came back, he found that the egg was missing, so he went over to take it home. There were no surveillance cameras, and no one was greedy for other people's eggs. Due to moral constraints, he felt that he would not be able to sleep soundly after stealing someone else's egg. He would fall sick if he ate the egg. The child was insensible. If he brought home an egg, he would be beaten and sent back. This was the custom of the Tang dynasty. Once neighbors quarreled over a chicken, the local government would intervene. If the loser was really decided, that family had better move out, or else they would enter the stage of social death. Therefore, the poultry can be tied with ropes and the livestock hung with tags. There's something wrong with the canal. It's wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. Dogs can't climb up if they fall in. Someone expressed his opinion about the dog. Using water to attack sand, the top is wide and the bottom is narrow. Water has gravity and can drive the sand below. Don't you read the newspaper? The newspaper is starting to teach. What about the dog? Doesn't the dog stop when it hits the fence? Climb up by yourself. Little puppy, can't you climb up just by having a wide top and a narrow bottom? Wouldn't it be even more difficult to go up? At least this one has Poe. That's right. Whose dog is that? How did you fall in here? Hurry up and pick them up. There are too many grass sticks. Get ready for the rest. Different things happened along the way, or maybe nothing happened at all. All the officials, restaurants, and wealthy families that provided free soup added ginger foam. The commoners are helping each other. This is the embodiment of human nature. Wang Wei looked through the window and saw a boat that was not tied up properly. It rushed into the river, and a group of people helped to fish it out. In the end, it was brought back by the winged knights. Otherwise, the boat would have traveled a long distance. However, it would not be lost. When the people downstream saw the empty boat, they also had to think of ways to control it. Li glanced at it. So Wu Zetian still contributed to the inheritance of civilization and morals, especially to the aristocratic families. When Li Yi talked about Wu Zetian, it was very different from the fishing boat. He could guess the reason why Wu Zetian killed her sons. If a child was controlled by an aristocratic family, she would kill one. As for her children, they still did not understand and still relied on others to become the emperor. Therefore, they were killed. Wu Zetian's personality was ruthless and tough. She used the aristocratic families and took care of them. In the end, she was not taken care of. It was not because she was lucky, but because she took care of all the aristocratic families that could take care of her. However, in the process, her children survived like quails and could not hold up the bridge. That Tian Shu suppressed the other aristocratic families and encouraged other women to establish their own dynasties. Later, the Wei family had the heart of Wu Zetian, but they did not have the ability or the will of Wu Zetian. Therefore, they were taken care of. Wang Wei, Meng Haoren, and Zhongsun Xan did not dare to make a sound. Although Zhongsun Xan was a member of the Zhongsun family, the current empress was not Empress Zhongsun. Therefore, the existing aristocratic families can use their wealth and power, but not their will. Just like how the 10 families of the Tang dynasty are not allowed to marry. In a few years, I think they can marry as they wish. Then, if there is a problem, 9 generations will be killed. It will save a lot of trouble. As Li Yi spoke, he had already put more than 20 snails into the teacup next to him and rinsed the chili. He poured away the tea and put the snails on the big plate in front of Meng Yifu. As for why he did not drink it, it was because the taste was not good. It was like drinking beer and eating snails. It was 2 different feelings from throwing the snails into beer. It was okay to drink a mouthful of white wine and eat an ear, but it was not okay to throw a pig ear into a white wine cup. Of course, it was a special case to pour white wine into a bowl of rice. I think it is tasteless. Dip it in some juice and bring some honey over. Li Yi was afraid that Meng Yifu would not like it and tried to persuade him. He instantly thought of a solution. Now he basically could not eat the snails dipped in honey. As a result, when the honey was brought over, Meng Yifu dipped it in honey and ate it. He was very satisfied. It was delicious. Sweetness will always be the child's first choice, even if you think it is not suitable to eat it like this. Power has always been the pursuit of big families, even if they may die in the process. Li Yi tried hard to control himself and not look at the child eating the snails happily with honey. He talked about serious matters. Gang Ro, my family is okay. I don't pursue family interests. Wang Wei was afraid that Li Yi was talking about him. I'm not talking about you. The people in your family are all good. Guizi, look at your family. I even gave them benefits. When the rain stops, let's go out for a walk. If we go out now, it will increase the burden of the security team. I don't need to go out in the rain to show that I am close to the people. What's the point of pretending? I am afraid of death. I will not give anyone who wants me to die a chance. Li Yi did not hide his cowardice, and he did not think it was shameful. In the future, when the weather is bad, we will not go out, right? Meng Haoren learned. No, you must go out. It doesn't matter if you die. It will not affect the steady development of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi looked at Meng Haoren with sincere eyes. Meng Haoren. Wang Wei was stunned, then he smiled and asked, Gang Ro, just now you said that we are building a bridge on the Yellow River? Which one is more suitable? He quickly changed the topic, afraid that Li Yi would say something like why they should rush to the front. Chapter 1656. Wang Wei changed the topic, but Li Yi fell into deep thought. Where was the best place to build a bridge over the Yellow River? In his time, there were many bridges over the Yellow River. There was one in Luoyang and one in Zhengzhou to the east of Luoyang. If we go from Luoyang to Huqing County, it would be convenient for the Khitans to travel from the opposite bank to Luoyang. It would also be convenient for Hunan's goods to cross the river. The Hebei Road should be developed. After thinking for a while, Li Yi gave a location. His main goal was Hebei. There were many plains in Hebei, and the location of the Hebei plain should be Kaifeng. Since it's for the transportation of goods, why not Zhengzhou? Southwest of Zhengzhou, Bianzhou has vast plains. I heard that Hunan is the first to grow rice in Bianzhou. Zhongsun Xian suggested. They had to find a good place to build the bridge. Today, Luoyang is the eastern capital. It has a large population and a good structure of officials. The Mortal Road Bridge should be built with people as the most important thing. Li Yi gave his own considerations. Bianzhou was indeed good. The Song dynasty's Dongjing was close to the Grand Canal. Its weakness was that it was undefended. Wang Wei also helped Meng Yifu pick the snails. Are Gang Ro worried about Zhengzhou and Luoyang? No, in my Tang dynasty there's no need to defend. After 2 years, we'll first push the Turks away and use their territory to suppress the Bohai Sea. Tubo will expel them to attack India. We'll go to most of Tubo and head north to deal with the Abbasid Caliphate. The Silk Road must be connected. The western part of the Longyu Road is connected to the walking corridor. That road can be used in all seasons. Trouble will come. Li Yi spoke as he thought. Zhang Sanxian and the others were confused. Meng Yifu continued to eat the snails, dipped in honey happily, ignoring the others. Li Yi looked up and stretched out his hand. Let me draw a map for you. Qing Song pulled the box, while Ziyu took the things from the side. What box did they need? Li Yi began to draw. This is the territory of our great Tang, under the jurisdiction of the Anxi Protectorate. Most of the people living here have been conferred titles by the great Tang, but in reality it has been severed. We only guard Dashi City, and this is where Su Lu's cavalry. Li Yi told them that Xuanzang took this road to obtain the scriptures. At that time, Pakistan was part of ancient India. If you continued north, you would reach the Indian Ocean. Iran was next to them. They walked to the end of the Persian Gulf, and there was no other road. Going down, there was the Suez Canal. It was not clear whether it was blocked or not. Anyway, it would be easy to clean up if it was blocked. The Suez Canal had existed for a long time. It was neither too deep nor too wide. It was enough for ships to pass through. If we go there by land, or if we choose the sea route, the current barbarian commerce, Li then drew the routes and places on the sea, from Haijiao to the south. South of Vietnam is Singapore, across the Straits of Malacca, not going to the Bay of Bengal, straight to Sri Lanka, into the Arabian Sea, to Pakistan, 2 points converging. Look at the relationship between the sea route and the land route. Li Yi put down his pen. Far right. The land route was not easy to travel, and the volume of transportation was small. Large ships at sea could carry a lot at a time. Zhang Sanxian and the others sigh. After a dozen breaths of time, Wang Wei sighed and felt inferior. Gang Ro, where did you learn it? Meng Haoren was also very sad. Li Yi compared the names of the places in the Tang dynasty as he drew. Anan, Puli, Champo, Jiaoji, Sengao, Wuling, Jiacha, Jumi, Jialuo, Julumi, Funan, Jime, Haling. Occasionally, he would talk about the local situation, what clothes to wear, what kind of food to grow, etc. Some are records in the Sui dynasty, some are records of our Tang dynasty, and some, anyway, it's very useful. I'm always grateful to it. Its surname is Li, and its name is Tang. I'm a system. Yes, Li Tang, Li system. There's nothing wrong with it. It was too easy for Li Yi to find information. He just listed out the places he wanted to find. System, Omega, so that's how it is. I only know some of the situations on the way to the Buddhist scriptures, but not much else. Wang Wei liked Buddhism, so he needed to know when studying Buddhism. Gang Ro, when are you going to write a book? Give me one. Meng Haoren wanted to find a book to read. No, it can't be circulated now. It will provide information for others. No, it's fine. I'll write it later, including a map and the customs of each place. Li Yi refused at first. Then he remembered that the Tang dynasty caravans wanted to go out. If he didn't give them anything, it would be too strenuous for them to force their way in. As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a snail. As he moved, a drop of juice fell out. Swoosh! Gu Yan, who had been watching from the side, took away a stack of paper before the juice fell on it. The juice fell on Bai He's outstretched palm. Huang Bai helped Gu Yan roll up the paper with the picture. Jin Ju handed Bai He a wet handkerchief. Yes. The picture can't be tainted. You have to present it to that county magistrate, Fang Chu. Wang Wei couldn't remember Li Longji's other identity. Third brother has it. It's clearer and bigger than the picture here. Li Yi gave Li Longji a set of world maps and a globe he made. The places that weren't called by the name of the Tang dynasty were all numbered. When the time came, he would give them a name. "Give it to me," Zhang's son Xian asked. He wanted to show it to his wife. He looked at Li Yi and understood once again why the Zaifu always looked for Li Yi to discuss things, who would always have a lot of things in their head. Zhuangzi was talking nonsense. My life also has a limit, and my knowledge is also limitless. To follow the limitless with the limitless with the limitless. Zhuangzi, come out and tell me what's in front of me. Such an inferior work. If you don't mind, don't hold it. Give it to me. As Li Yi spoke, he noticed that Huang Bai was holding the picture to his chest. Dong Zhu will make a copy. Gu Yan stood in front of Huang Bai. Thank you. Zhang's son Xian was helpless. Just follow the drawing. It's about the same. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren said, We want it too. Han Xianka smiled. She also knew the value of this map. It couldn't be found anywhere else in the world. If the map couldn't be understood, it wouldn't be like the one they saw just now. If they took it out to sell, it would sell for 10,000 taels. When they returned, they would look for the Sui dynasty's books and teach them to Yifu. While they were talking, the rain outside gradually became lighter. Meng Yifu stopped eating and said to Wang Wei, Thank you, Uncle Wang. You didn't eat much. Wang Wei looked at the 30 or so snails. There's dinner tonight. Uncle Li said that if you eat too much, it's not good for your health. Mother said that you have to be disciplined. Meng Yifu resisted the urge to continue eating and replied obediently, Go find Jean and see if he's eaten. Li Yi knew that Meng Yifu didn't want to stay any longer. Meng Yifu picked up the uneaten food and looked at his parents. When they nodded, he took the snails and went to play with the little boy. Han Xianka was very satisfied. Her son was interacting with the future crown prince. Looking at the situation, the rain will stop before nightfall. Should Gang Ro go to the drunken immortal residence? Wang Wei planned to find Li Yi for a drink tonight. Tonight we'll be on the boat. As long as your men don't wander around, it's fine. I'll send someone to pick up Sun, and Qian. Tomorrow we'll go to the drunken immortal residence. Li Yi didn't want to go down. After the rain, the air was damp and cold. How could the drunken immortal residence be more comfortable than the yacht? Chapter 16, 57. The starry sky was particularly bright after the rain. The winged knights brought gifts to every family in Lantian County. The village was too far away, so there were no gifts for the time being. Li Yi only brought a small amount. The gifts were a bag of dried seafood, oysters, mussels, prawns, shrimps, scallops, seaweed, and small crabs. A bag weighed 3 ounces and was used as seafood in hot pot. When Li Yi was young, it was common in the north or northeast. He would buy a bag and throw it into the pot when eating hot pot. Later, when the number of seafood was increased, no one would treat it as a good thing anymore. The Tang dynasty was far away from the sea, so it was not common to eat it. However, the capital office was special and sold it. Li Qingqi was responsible for the transportation. Shrimps were the most common in the counties and Chang'an. The navy of the Tang dynasty went out to fish them up and directly dried them. Wontons, dumplings, and steamed buns were good things to eat. Like tea leaves, every family had some. It was a welfare for the people in the political, military, economic, and cultural center. Hot pot was being cooked on the yacht. It was not a copper hot pot with a chimney, but a small pot with an induction cooker. In the entire Tang dynasty, it was only available on the yacht. The noble women felt that they were in a celestial palace and had never seen anything before. It's hot and the soup is ready to eat. Why didn't I dream of it before? A woman spoke to a small robot that carried ingredients. They now knew that the small mechanical puppet was a puppet, but it was more powerful. Because poverty limited your imagination. Work hard, young man. The robot was not polite at all. You're right. I'm too poor. The noble woman touched her clothes that cost more than 30 yuan and sighed. She used to think that she was rich and knew that the things in Tranquil Orchid Pavilion were expensive. Princess Yongmu made a lot of money from it. When she got on the yacht, she realized that Princess Yongmu made money for fun and did not care. If there was a mechanical puppet in her house that she could chat with, how could she be willing to let it work? Princess Yongmu slept in the afternoon and continued to entertain people in the evening. She felt tired, but she insisted. Fortunately, her status meant that she didn't need to cater to others. She cooked the lamb roll with fat and asked Xiaolon, "Have you eaten yet?" Li Lang is eating copper hot pot. He didn't eat the electromagnetic land. Should I go get some pickled vegetables? Xiaolon loved to eat the pickled vegetables in copper hot pot. Let's cook some white meat for the two of us. Princess Yongmu raised her head and glanced at the ocean information shown on the large screen in the dining hall she was in. She said to Xiaolan in a bored tone. Xiaolon got up and went to look for Li Yi to ask for something. She also didn't like watching the current shows. She was tired of drifting on the sea. Li Yi was indeed eating copper hot pot. Everyone seemed to be lively together. Eating separately was not as hygienic as eating at a buffet. In the Tang dynasty, the rich still ate separately while the poor couldn't. Gang Ro, I went to the city for a stroll and met President Zhong. After that, I discovered a new way to eat in the southern part of the city. That night, Meng Haoren didn't ask Han Shanka to come along. Han Shanka went to look after the children. You mean several people each buy one thing and eat together, turning the southern part of the city into a shared meal? Li Yi naturally thought of how others operated. If each person bought one serving, there would be many types of food. I can't hide it from you. Tell me which one is better. Meng Haoren asked about the two ways to eat. In terms of preventing infection, eating separately is better. When making sure that there are no infectious diseases among the people eating together is more harmonious. It depends on the occasion. Usually when I eat with you, we eat separately in the cafeteria. Now that we are eating hot pot, the electromagnetic land is uncomfortable. Let's drink. The wine made with ginseng and wolfberry is a little bitter, but the aftertaste is sweet. Li Yi couldn't give a definite answer. He picked up the small wine cup and took a sip. Xiaolon came in and nodded to the others first. She moved closer to Li Yi and said, Li Lang, I pickled vegetables and white meat. Wait a minute. The pickled vegetables are ready. The white meat will take 2 minutes. Li Yi didn't wait for Xiaolon to finish. He picked up the cooked white meat slices and put them into the pot. The least greasy way to eat white meat was to cook it with pickled vegetables. It was the same principle with pickled vegetables and meat. Tao Hong took the plate and prepared to serve. Under the same starry sky, Tubo's Princess Jincheng's palace was also eating copper hot pot. The air pressure was low, and the boiling point of water was low. Everyone had a way. They used the pressure cooker to make chicken soup and big bone soup. The mutton and yak meat were frozen slightly and cut into thin pieces. While it was hot, they were quickly put in and cooked. In fact, the best way was to stew hot pot. They were all cooked in the pressure cooker. Nu, the dried seafood from the palace last time, was exchanged for a lot of things in India. They also liked to eat it. He picked up the scallop meat from the hot pot. It was dried before it was delivered. Just like the other seafood, it was pre-selected. Big scallops, big oysters, big rainbows, big prawns, big sea cucumbers, big abalones, and even the shrimp skin were all intact. The things sent from Chang and were all hand-selected. After all, they were only sent once. What was the point of sending bad things? Princess Jincheng put down the soup bowl. The inland is far away from the sea. Seafood does have a unique taste. If you want to exchange with India, Tubo can exchange in Chang'an. Nu understood. In the future, Nu won't give dried seafood to exchange. Tubo went to the Tang dynasty to trade and exchange things. They only gave a part of it and gave it to Nu according to the price of dried seafood in Chang. And how could the dried seafood in Chang and compare with what Nu got? The size and quality were far from each other. I won't exchange with your things in the future. Nu also thought that it was a loss. How can you say that it's my things? Lang Jun can use it at will. I'm afraid that India will be spoiled. In the future, they won't want ordinary things. Princess Jincheng was really distressed. The dried seafood that was sent looked about the same size. When she weighed it, it was actually almost the same. She just exchanged it with India. Did it count as her wages? Today De Luan went over. The envoy sent a letter back, saying that Li Yi of the Tang dynasty was training soldiers. He made a lot of weapons and was ready to destroy the country at any time. He also said that Li Yi took out glass sets and good seasonings and asked us to help sell them here. We will keep most of the money. I think that after a while the things will be sent here. De Luan also sent some more people, which we didn't find out before. After Nu was in a good mood, she talked about the new news. Boiju and Ai Sinba's letters arrived, but the things didn't. There was a time difference. Then De Luan prepared to send people to Princess Jincheng to calm down. The price he had to pay now was the price he had to pay. When did I kill people? The people I handed over were just to work and eat. The sentimental Princess Jincheng's eyes turned red again. Thousands of miles away, she could feel the warmth of home. What did her brother-in-law do to scare De Luan to this extent? The people who were handed over last time were arranged to work. They didn't kill them. Killing was to vent their anger. Work was more important. They were short of manpower. This time they sent people again. The status of the people sent was higher than before. De Luan couldn't bear the pressure.